All right, so welcome everyone to the second leg of Draft Relay 2026. We have today FE12 True End, Fire Emblem Heroes of Shadow and Light. So let's go ahead and take a look at the schedule here, just to review all the races for everybody. Turn this source off. Okay. Okay. All right, so we already had the Phase 7 auction draft on March 7th. Today is the FE12 True End, April 11th. Our next race is going to be FE6 No Guidance, and that's going to be on June 14th, which is a Sunday, not a Saturday, so keep that in mind. And then further down the road, we've got FE17 Any Percent. So after our first race, Phase 7, let's take a look at the current standings for the teams. All right, so in first place, we've got the front-facing Fiends with an overall aggregate time, there's one race, of 2:56:21. Approximately 15 minutes behind them. In second place is Team Raisin Canes at the bottom. In third place, approximately 7 minutes behind second place, is the Fleam team. And then in fourth place right now, approximately 7 minutes behind third place, is Drafting in the Skies. All right, so in the interim, we did have a swap out for a racer on one of the teams. They were unable to continue participating. So that team that has a new member, replacement racer, is the Fleam team. And I'd love to introduce our newest racer, newest member of the Fleam team, Narium. Narium has raced one single event and did pick up a T1 win in the 2025 FE8 5-person no handouts auction race. A lot of layers going on there, but was highly impressive. Norium is also developing a GBA draft race stats tracker, so we might be able to use that in the FE6 race, but it does a wonderful job of showing you your carry or any unit stats relative to their averages within a bell curve distribution as well. Norium, why don't you go ahead and say hi?
Hi, thanks for having me.
Glad you're here, and I do need to turn you up just a little bit, I think. Let me just find you real quick here. There you are. Okay. And so we did have a bit of a second team update, and that is related to today's casting team. So originally we were hoping to get Donna151 to co-commentate today's FE12 race. Unfortunately, he's unavailable. He told me nearly verbatim, I'm going to be out of town with loved ones for the weekend. I don't think they would appreciate if I was spending all day in the room on my computer about video games. So hopefully he's having fun today with his loved ones. But we do have Vicious Sal on the call. Vicious Sal, where are you at?
I'm here. Sal256 is here.
Let's go.
Back again after event number 1, and happy to be here.
Yes, and I'm happy to have you. You are an FE12 aficionado, true?
I am. I haven't draft raced any of it, but back in the days I did do a lot of draft LTCs on Serenus Forest, and I even had some notebooks where I was really planning out my, again, staff usage and the Hammer staff.
Love those. Well, FE12 was a game that I had to do a ton of research for myself in preparation for this race. And so I got really excited about the process, and I loved learning about all the different strats teams cooked up that I was able to preview. So hopefully that will help me also inform today's call for the audience. All right, so without further ado, let's get into today's race. As we've said, it's the FE12 New Mystery True End Draft Relay Race. Let's go over some general rules for the audience. Thank you. We'll go over some general rules for the audience just so that you understand the key drivers of strategies within today's format. All right, so today's game will be played on Classic mode on Hard 1, which is in contrast to a lot of Fire Emblem games. Hard 1 does have some high stat benchmarks from the enemies, so it was very interesting to see how players strategize around those in order to overcome the challengers. And since we're doing True End, time will stop after Medius's HP reaches 0 in the True Ending. Some other general rules. The male class set combination is allowed, A set plus B set, all in one. Rainbow Potion, Lunatic Armory Stamp Boosters, Clock Bonus, use of Wi-Fi features, all prohibited. And the use of Drill Grounds is allowed, including undrafted units. Now let's talk about the free and banned units. Marth, Aran, and Fina are free for all for every chapter. The Avatar, Chris, is free only to use when force deployed, which is P1 through P8, and Chapter 16X. Otherwise, they're banned. And Zane is banned for the entire game. Now, this pains me a lot, because Zane is one of my favorite units ever, just the idea and concept of him. But being able to copy your carry and fly them around, or run them around, or warp them around for 5 turns is pretty strong, and we wanted to augment the value of drafted units. So unfortunately, Zane is a casualty, but we'll see you soon, buddy. Alright, some other free and banned units. In Prologues 1 through 5, literally all units are free, so you might see some similar strategies there. And then in the main game, Paula is free for Chapter 3. She has kind of a unique positioning and has unique time saves, and she's very strong, and so we felt it best just to kind of give everybody access to that time save. In Chapter 4, Yubello, Yulia, and Agma are all free. That group up there is interesting. You'll notice Sirius is not free, so Sirius will need to be drafted. But we felt that their unique positioning was something that every team should have access to in order to enable some strats. And then in Chapter 7, Navarre is free there. Again, another unique positioning. Also just helps keep Fina safe, your dancer, so just thought it best to give everyone Navarre for free. Now, one of the most centralizing rules for strategies, which will differentiate this run heavily from speedruns, are the staff rules. So, number 1, essentially, Warp cannot be used on Marth. So on a game with 23 Seas maps, 23 plus Seas maps, warping your Caesar to the Seas, not going to be possible. We just wanted to give more value to other units and enable more creative strategies. And then there basically, the rest of the rules here as part of the warp rule are just, you cannot use a movement staff such as rescue or warp on a unit that then you rescue Marth closer to the Seas. You can rescue Marth if you walk your rescue staff using units and then rescue Marth. You can do that, but you can't do any kind of iteration of a chain that leads to using a movement staff on someone who then uses a movement staff on Marth. So, and Hamerna's banned. We wanted to have interesting decision making and trade-offs around when you choose to use your movement staves or other weapons or other staves, like the again staff, in this run. And so banning Hamern was a good idea, just to kind of make sure that those really powerful tools stay as finite resources, and the teams had to make decisions about where exactly they chose to use those finite resources that are very powerful. Okay. So those are the rules, and now let's move into the drafting phase. So you guys can come off mute now.
Yay. Alright, I used the warp staff.
Hello there.
Hello, freedom.
Alright, so let's go to the draft here. Just ready for the
Actually,
randomized order. You guys ready?
Yep.
Alright, the draft order is Raising Cane's, Front-Facing Fiends, the Fleam team, and drafting in the skies. Okay.
Cool.
Poker face, poker face, poker face.
We can work with this.
Guys, we
You got
planned
this,
for
guys.
this. Okay, I guess we're ready for the draft. So, Raising Canes with the first overall pick in the 2026 Draft Relay Leg 2 FE12 True Ending Draft. Who is the first pick?
Luke.
Luke
Luke,
with the
I
number
did
1
not see that
pick.
coming.
I think this is him at the bottom.
All right.
Yeah, he's at the bottom.
Luke. Didn't he go in there earlier? Someone said he teleported in there right away.
Yes.
Yeah, someone did.
Somebody from our team jumped the gun.
Okay. I'll go talk to my team.
I did not expect Luke.
There was a good chance that it was going to be Luke.
Yeah, I think from what I hear right now, 3 out of 4 teams wanted Luke in first pick.
I would have been happy to have him, but I don't think he's that much better than the others. But I guess it
mostly
depends
just-
on how important your berserker strats are.
I lurked a couple of streams, and it mostly just was people hating on Luke the entire time.
Luke
I mean,
Really?
is
regarding
one of
that,
those characters.
Are you saying the
was
chat,
like-
like the
I did
chats
a press-
themselves, Sal?
No, it was mostly just people like, damn it, he's 1 point behind on average on speed, and now it's just making everything so much slower because he doesn't double stuff in like the prologue.
Yeah, but once you're out of that point, you get the ability to reclass him, and then all of his stat problems are finished.
Yeah, I mean, that is one of the big differences that male units have versus females, of course. The merged classes, being able to go to Horseman, Swordmaster, Berserker, Dark Mage, if you ever feel very funky.
But generally, I think the big ones you'll see are probably Berserker, for its increased stat caps.
All right. We will take Pala.
Pala, okay.
The signature unit for
She
this
vanished.
draft race.
Okay, there she is.
All right,
Do
I'll
we
go
move them, or
discuss
do
with
you
my
move them,
team,
Justin?
but
Huh?
Do you move them or do we move them?
I should, but I think Mecca jumped the gun there, so.
Oh, was it?
No,
Is it
no.
just supposed to be Justin who moved him?
Yeah.
Okay. Do I have Loudheart muted or something? I cannot hear him. Oh, I do. I don't know why. Why would I mute Loudheart? He's so nice.
Well, he's too loud.
To be fair, I don't think
I was
that
probably
said
being too
anything.
loud at some point.
Trying to remember.
Alright.
What was the
Oh,
last
it
one
was-
you won straight repeat?
It was the coaching race, probably.
Maybe? Oh, yeah, maybe. Oh, I wonder who else have muted then. Because surely we're coaching someone.
Actually, Smith never used my coach calls, so... I think your finger slipped and you actually muted me instead of Meister.
Not unlikely.
That may have been the case. I mean, when you were coaching Mecha for FE10, that probably wasn't when you were muting him.
all right, I have the pick.
Okay, who is it?
It's Katria.
Katria, okay.
Yeah, go Katria.
That is her name. Yeah, that is her name.
That is her name. It is not Katria.
Why would you say that?
Alright.
Okay.
Yes.
I need to ask this question because I was also studying the like FE12 race from what was it 4 or 5 years ago?
Yeah.
What the hell were you guys smoking with Draug?
So
Don't worry about it.
Draug is actually not terrible.
I mean, I don't see it. I'll just give me Rhodey and Yulia here.
Okay, yeah.
Rhodey and Yulia, okay.
Okay, I have to return to my team now.
2 Pegasi, 2 Cavaliers, 2 Cavaliers, 2 Cavaliers. For anyone who remembers that video.
We'll see if they all stay those particular classes.
Jello Apocalypse? Right? Is that the name of the channel?
Think
I
so,
think
yeah.
it is.
Yeah.
So this is basically Fire Emblem.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's Jello
regarding-
Apocalypse.
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back.
We would like militia.
Okay.
Okay, I'll be back in like 5
Marisha
seconds.
to the Flame team.
Mhm. Yeah.
Okay, I'm back. We're taking Wendell.
Wendell.
Mhm.
Alright, I'm gonna go check with my team.
All right. So far, this is
Very
exactly
expected.
as the draft board has said, except for Luke and Paula being flipped. So,
Good carries and then staff utility is
and then
king,
units with staff rank.
or queen in this case.
Staff ranks in this game are so atrociously low.
Yeah, like you've got 215, you've got Wendell with D+, and I guess
I mean, at least you have those sages that can reclass into bishop for like a little bit of extra towards B rank.
actually you don't. The only one of those is Wendell.
Oh,
no, I
it's
guess
even
Edsel
worse.
has starting
Yeah,
rank, doesn't he?
Yeah,
he
Edsel
does.
has starting rank.
Edsel does have starting rank.
I'm back. We will be taking Sirius and Merrick.
Ah,
Who is the second one you said?
Merrick.
Merrick. Okay.
okay.
I'll be a bit longer.
Huh.
I see that you have found the mage carry strats.
We have Luke. Why would we be doing that?
Why would you draft Merrick if you weren't doing mage things?
I mean, he can.
I didn't say
use
we weren't doing
Excalibur
mage
phase.
things. I just said we weren't. I said we weren't doing mage carry things.
Oh, true. All right, that's fair.
Loud, I think I know what you guys are trying to do, and that's based as fuck.
No, it's
Mage
extremely
flunk.
based.
You don't know what we're trying to do, probably. You
I don't
are.
know.
But I
don't
think
know, man.
I don't know what you're trying to do, but it's still going to be based.
I will say we have also something incredibly funny cooked up, but that will show itself when we get there.
We'll see.
You wouldn't be taking Merrick this early, unless you've got some secret sauce.
I mean, early when we were talking about strats, we also considered Merrick to be like a round 3 pick, but we dropped that eventually.
I mean,
Mm.
if there's secret sauce and tech, I love that because there's less things you can do in this game. Stuff like Kanto, of course, doesn't exist. Rescue dropping doesn't exist. So there's so many more limiting factors to what makes units uniquely valuable and what their niches are.
You would think that, but that's actually really not the case. There's a lot of units that can do a lot of different things. The question is like, do you find those things valuable?
All right, we're taking Nina.
Nina. Okay.
Uh-oh.
Interesting.
Okay.
All right.
Flame team. Do you know who you want?
Yeah.
Or...
No, absolutely not.
Okay.
Give me a minute.
Get out of
Okay.
here, Josh.
Stunted by the Nina pick.
I love third round Nina picks.
Yep. Only available in one chapter.
It's a pretty
And
big
not
chapter.
even the stats of Athos.
Oh, this is our ethos, if you think about it.
Technically.
Well, the Flame
It's about
team
as well
has
as
to
for
take
Fire
someone
Dragon.
with blue hair, so.
That's true.
I mean, Nina is one of those characters that is like, it's her, Maria, and Lena and Alice. They are the quintessential Kagas, if you think about it. I mean, everyone knows that Kaga stands for kidnapped and given amnesia, right?
Exactly.
Right. I have not heard that joke before.
I've heard similar jokes, but I did not realize that people made an actual acronym out of it.
I mean, Kaga was kind of asking for that one.
All right. We will be selecting Ogma.
Ogma.
Dogma.
Not a
Yeah,
blue
the
hair
most important
character.
unit in the draft.
Minerva and Nagi.
Minerva and Nagi right away.
Ah, well.
I have a photo shot on the side, so it's fine.
Okay,
Where is
well,
Nagi?
Back to
Nagi's at the end.
Oh, okay.
Well, I gotta go back to my team now, because Minerva was my next pick, too.
Nerva's always the next.
Stolen.
We'll get it next round. We'll get it next round.
It's very weird to be in the call and then with one ear being able to hear like just the baby shouting all kinds of weird stuff. He just got a D20 ball or like.
Oh,
it's
that's
a-
cute. That's cute.
Yeah, we had D&D today, and one of our friends actually made a D20. It has a little rattler inside, and then a lot of padding.
Yeah.
And it's more a ball than an actual D20, but the shape is there. But apparently it's slightly weighted because it tends to land on 18 quite a lot, which isn't the worst roll you could have.
not in the slightest.
But he seems to be enjoying.
Nice. Raising him young. You will be a nerd. It's your destiny.
Yeah, they're definitely gonna be a nerd. We even have a group of multiple friends who ended up having kids all around like within a year's time
Yeah.
of each other, so they can grow up together a little bit. And we would like to eventually make a D&D group, and then the kids could also have their own D&D group.
That's so
Okay.
cute.
So we will be taking Cecil.
Cecile, okay. All right.
Cecil.
I'll be back.
Okay. Things have been going pretty close to my expectations. So.
Yeah.
For the record.
I figured as much.
Yeah, I mean, for the record, Chad, I had all 4 teams send me a tier list basically of all the different roles they valued, and mostly ordered within the tiers. So, given the draft order, things could have played out differently with a different draft order, which would have been interesting, and I'll talk about that probably in post game. But yeah, it's I think people are checking off all their roles, and some slight impact between teams, but yeah.
I mean, there's a big cast. There's a lot of units that can do similar things due to reclassing still being a thing.
That's
So I
true.
don't think teams are not yet out of options. Let's see, I'm going to take a look at front-facing fiends. What would they want to have? Ah, some of my favorite units are in the major time cost category.
Sad.
This-
I guess, but I didn't know you were a Violent fan.
I mean, there's Violent, but he was a meme for such a long time. But he's faded into obscurity. He is very front-facing though, so it would be fitting for front-facing fiends to pick him eventually.
He is.
That's true.
He is in Heroes. So.
Yes, Violent of the Coyotes men.
I'm sorry that some of your favorite units are in large time cost.
Ooga.
Oh.
We'll choke this point.
As if.
Alright, let me go confer with my team.
Ooga.
Doga.
Doga.
Choke this draft.
I love the fact that Doga has different names in every single language in which the games were localized. Like in French, I believe he's called, what was it? Idrag? Or something like that, which is
Yeah,
guard.
same in German.
Yeah, guard pronounced or spelled backwards.
Alright, I'm back. We will take Frost
Frost
and Kane.
and
Because
oh,
we
and
are
Kane.
Raising Canes.
Okay, I'm trying to find Frost. Okay, I
Is,
see him.
Angry looking at the
above
bottom right.
Ellis. Yeah, there you go. Or Elise, whatever her name is.
Elise.
I always say Ellis.
You're back.
And I listened to all the heroes' voice lines in the last few days, so she introduces herself as Elise in there.
I mean, it makes sense since the continent of Elise is also named after her.
Yeah.
Also, chat, does anyone actually know who Frost is and what his deal is?
No. But I know that he shows up with C rank staves, and that's good
Yeah,
enough.
he
That
literally
is
just like
very
joins your
important.
army.
I mean, you'd have to have played BSFE for like the deep lore. Speaking of which, BSFE draft race when?
No.
No.
You can schedule that one.
He's the GOAT, indeed.
We'll take the best unit in Shadow Dragon, Sita. That is the game we're playing, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Same engine. How many rounds were we actually going? Was there something discussed?
Nope.
Because I didn't read it in the rules.
Nope, there is
All
not.
right, I have the pick.
Go ahead.
Dolph.
Dolph.
Yo! Yo!
I think he's the pink one.
No, he's the green one.
Very important.
I
that the one
need
with
you.
more
I need
strength?
you to understand
what?
and be very clear. We are selecting Dolph, not Macellan. Okay.
A very
Dolph's
common
the
mistake.
green armored one.
Okay.
They're very different units in the context of this game.
Is this the one with +2 strength or whatever? Or gore?
I actually don't know if he has +2 strength.
Okay. Then there must be a different reason.
Yeah, there
We'll
is.
say we've almost reached the end of my flowchart, and I do need to shout out this one tier list name we made, and it is called Nice to Have, in like brackets a female, so I will be taking Linda here. I will not elaborate why,
no, that
but I
makes
want
sense.
Okay.
her. And then I'll also be taking Ymir.
One of
Ymir.
the few characters that actually aura farming.
Yeah, that's a good unit.
The
That's a good
goat.
unit. Okay.
Also, chat, fun fact about Dolph and Macellan. They are actually some of the best characters if you're rigging for FE11 Wi-Fi battles, because FE11, believe it or not, actually has bonuses for support. And the group of media, Dolph, Macellan, etc.,
Alright.
get the best support combos.
Nice.
We'll be taking Samson.
Samson.
Samson, let's go, another goat.
He's this blue-haired one, right?
He's the one next to Roche on the left.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I thought.
I think that's him. That is him, right?
I
Yes,
think
that is
so.
Samson.
Yeah, that's him.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Yes,
He's
and
Tsushima, where he should be.
basically the biggest cast in the franchise. It's very difficult to find every character.
And so many of them have blue hair.
Yeah, they're
I mean,
all
you
just
were going
FE
for a
lords
theme
in
for
their
a
own
bit.
story.
Yeah.
I'm sure that Dolph had blue hair before he went bald.
Well, I mean, the theme broke with Agma, but
No, actually, no, you can't do that. I was gonna see like everybody has one color, but that's not true either. That's like not a
I was
neutral
about to say,
color.
what would our color be?
Well, no, on the fleeing team.
Ah, right.
I mean, I don't know. I guess Katria's armor is like it's like white, yellowish kind of, but it's not like Doga/Jog where it's like he's got green hair but blue armor.
Oh, good times. Plus 20 avoid, or no, plus 10 hit avoid, plus 5 critical and critical evade. With like, if you clump up Boa, Thomas, Dolph, Macellan, and Media, they all just grant each other that. It was amazing.
Nice.
Actual way to get avoid stacking within FE11, which notorious for not being able to avoid any single attack.
Thanks for the follow, abstaining. Great name.
This is a tough pick here.
I mean, going to front-facing Fiends tier list, what would they pick? Well, there's still quite a few things left on the table.
Yeah, there's like a lot of options.
I mean, that's what we want to see in most drafts, right? That's why the FE8 no handouts got so popular, just because getting the actual diversity from drafting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As much
There's
as I like
a lot of
Zane,
valued flunkies available. Yeah, there's a lot of picks that could be here.
as much as I like Zane and the Hermern staff, I do really appreciate that there's consideration taken into how you can make the game more interesting by limiting player options without actually removing player options entirely. Because indeed, Zane is just, it would devolve into 2 of the same carries for every team.
Yeah.
And as we saw with FE7 or with Phase 7, Chaos
We'll
is good.
take Medea.
Midia, okay.
That
Oh,
makes
sorry,
sense.
I keep forgetting. It was Justin's supposed to move them, right? Not me.
Yeah, I mean, I've let you do every single one because I knew you were gonna do it. So
Alright, let me go confirm.
Yeah.
also heads up, say after the draft is over, I'm gonna have to restart Discord, but I'll still be live, so the stream won't be interrupted.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, I went into a channel to look in my pinned messages to get the colors for the tiers, and then I can't close the pop-up pinned messages window, and it doesn't let me click in anything else in Discord.
Good.
This is basically when you have OBS and you're streaming, and suddenly it gives a pop-up and it says like OBS has crashed, but it's still going. Like, as long as I don't click OK on that button, stuff seems fine. Let's just keep going.
I can scroll and click on things in the pinned messages pop-up, but I cannot even minimize the window. I just have to shove it like most of the way off screen.
Well, as long as it's working, we can get through the drafting phase, and then we will be fine. Restarting won't take too long anyway.
Yeah, should be fine. Ooh.
I'm back.
Okay.
We will take Frey and Norn.
Yo.
Nice,
Hold on,
okay.
Tough.
Yes, Norn.
Stonks.
Okay, my turn.
Okay, well, as long as they don't take, as long as Mecha doesn't take the other pick that I wanted, I'll be okay. Because I wanted both Frey and Norn.
Wait, you wanted them?
I did.
Glad I could deny you then.
That's
While also
okay.
taking something I needed.
That massive
Oh, did
draft
you? Oh,
value.
so you also needed Dolph. I understand.
Who?
Not Macellin, that's the one.
Either that or it was Cecile that you were after.
No, I have not been denied at any point here.
Okay.
Poor Frey.
No, I mean, it's not that big of a deal. There is
Look.
another unit on the board that can do what we want.
The only unit we were actually worried about being denied was Kane.
I was gonna pick.
I
Kane,
will
but
say
then, my
it was
team
very
said-
likely for us to take Kane if we didn't get Minerva.
Alright, we'll take Horus.
Oh,
Horus.
dang it!
Horus. Wait,
Tragic.
Horus-
That was all
wait, is
three
that
of the
is that
units
this
that I
one? Is
wanted.
this Horus?
No, I don't want him.
Oh, that's
Don't
Roger.
want
I did it.
Roger.
Oh,
I
you
already
did it? Okay. Did
Roger,
it again.
I picked
Yeah,
the-
it's
I picked the
Becca.
blue-haired units.
Okay.
I don't think I can get out of this habit. I'm gonna be real.
Okay, well, I guess it'll happen for this draft.
I'm still waiting for a game where Horus turns out to be the villain, and then he has like his secret evil base, and then Raisins gets to play it, and he goes to the horse's lair.
Got him.
You'll never find Prince Horse.
There we go. I was trying to flip. It was Roger that I picked up, wasn't it?
Yes.
Okay, I was trying to flip Roger and Bantu, and then it kept like not letting me flip them.
Yeah, you have to do it the other way around when that happens. Also, we now hide Fleam Team on blue.
All right. We will be selecting Warren.
Yo based.
You're gonna have to help me here.
So
He's
that's
he's in between
top,
the Board
top
brothers.
row, third unit. The blonde.
Yellow
Oh,
yellow
to the
hair.
left. Yeah, yellow haired.
Okay,
He
so
looks
even
like a
Loudheart didn't work.
axe fighter.
Okay.
Give me Yubo.
Who?
You bellow?
Bello.
Yubello,
Yubello.
okay.
No, that makes sense. Just like a guy.
I mean, hey, we know both of them. You're going for another round?
Yeah.
Okay. In that case, I will be picking Tiki.
Tiki, okay.
Divine Dragon damage.
By the way, thanks for the resub, Hughes. 53 months. Appreciate you. Get the cell guy out of
Dual
here.
Divine Stone Gaming.
The best
they-
part was, as soon as that came in, I actually disconnected for like a few seconds.
Oh, that's funny.
Like, not me actively, it just the
Yeah.
screen popped up like, disconnected.
Drafting in the Sky says the dragon triangle attack.
I mean, it's only Bantu left, and Bantu obviously is one of the best characters in the game.
Well, I was going for Minerva there. She's a dragon. Isn't someone's wife in another game named Minerva?
Yeah, it's Shershi's,
Shershi.
Yeah, see, there we go. See?
yeah, that's a wyvern, not a dragon.
Well, it's
Exactly.
a type of dragon.
No. The Wormslayer is not effective against wyverns in this game.
Also, like
Well,
Minerva
it is
is
against
not
wyverns,
red
but not against
lagoon,
wyvern
not
riders.
red
Ah, see?
dragon.
Got him. Sorry, what
But
were you saying,
Bantu's
Sal?
on the board. Like, Bantu's on the board.
He is.
He only takes a little bit of time. Marth only has
Just
to
a
walk
little
all
bit.
the way to the east and then back again. You also have to get his Firestone, and then he gets one-rounded by basically everyone, even on hard 1. Seems like a good pick to me.
I agree. I can't believe they don't see the value yet. I can't believe he's
All
still
right.
available.
I'm gonna take George.
Okay.
So close to Bantu.
Sal, do you have? Did you hear my request earlier to get a playlist for during the?
Oh, no, I did not, but I can try and get you one.
Okay, like an.
You want FE12 OST or something else?
Yeah, preferably if the songs are not like only 1 minute long. So-
Gordon.
Gordon.
5 points! We have Drouk and Gordon. They're meant to be together, you know it.
Well acted.
Alright, I'll be back in a bit.
Oh, I have no idea where we would be able to find... Oh, Fire Emblem New Mystery of the Emblem OST Extended. But is it any good?
No.
Preferably songs in like the 3-minute range would be optimal.
Yeah, we'll try and find something.
I'll see if my computer can. I'm pretty sure my computer, because last time what I did was I had the 4 streams open to capture, and then I also had my Nintendo PC open. But this version of Nintendo PC is a little bit more intensive, and I'm scared.
We will take Abel and Est.
Okay.
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 I wonder why.
Very able.
Okay.
Gotta get the whole family.
Ah, you don't have Pala for like the entire weird love triangle that they have going.
Okay.
They had the
We
opportunity.
can just
they
name.
passed.
We can just name the avatar of Pala.
That would be so confusing. Oh dear God.
It really isn't. When we named it Kane in practice, it wasn't very confusing after the first part of the game.
Yeah, you know, after that first part, it was confusing, but
I like to name the avatar Marth.
But he wants to go to the shadows. He doesn't want his name to be known.
that's the
No,
irony.
no, it's Marth
No.
with 2 T's.
He goes by
Oh.
Marth so that everybody just attributes his accomplishments to Marth.
Yes, there we
That's
go.
right.
Thanks for the resub, Lily. Appreciate you. 18 months, 3-month streak. Hearts.
How many more rounds are we doing?
Oh, we're
I don't
drafting
know.
all the units, right?
Maybe.
Okay, this has been bothering me for a bit. Justin, can you get Zane out of the available pool?
Fine. I was gonna
'Cause it
do. I
looks
was gonna
like he's
leave him
available.
until someone said something.
I was about to pick all the dragons. What the hell?
Oh yeah, there's even... I mean, technically Goto is also a dragon.
He is?
Well, he's not in the draftable pool, unfortunately.
He is a
That's true.
dragon. Yeah, he's a dragon. They in Heroes they had like an ancient banner where they had like quote unquote young Goto and young Medius. They look awesome, by the way.
These talk about dragons just sounds like the setup for a These Guys joke.
Medius actually had hair.
Oh right, I've seen this banner.
Well,
Yeah, it's actually a pretty good banner. I love most of the heroes'
Yeah,
art, like the older characters.
Yes.
They usually do them justice. And then you have like a couple of artists who are very skilled, but I mean, Kaboon is known
Alright.
for other things.
I'm gonna let Justin move this unit. I think he'll be able to tell them apart. Daros.
Yar, I beat Daros.
The
Ah, he
blueprint.
became stale.
Where?
He's
I
on
see
the
him.
left
Okay.
side.
You know who Daros is.
I do. Daros is voiced by ProZD, by the way.
I think that people got my hook.
Yar, I bring news from Lysanderoth.
It's still, I still find Daros one of the funniest characters to, like, where they placed him to have him to reappear.
Alright, we'll take Robert, Roberto, the guy next to Belf
Third row,
on the left.
all the way on the left.
Oh, okay. This guy?
Yes, him.
Okay.
That's the one.
My
we'll
go.
be taking Metal Gear Solid's Raiden.
Oh dang, he's a good one too.
Wait, who?
Raiden.
He's which one is he? He's the one on the left now, or
Third
he's
row, second one.
second one? Okay.
The second one. Yeah.
I didn't know. I couldn't tell those guys apart. So
But he's the only good one.
I still
No, they're
can't
all
tell them
good.
apart.
Look,
well,
if you ask me to name all of the characters that are left, I think I could name half of them, maybe
I
a
could
little
name
more than
most of
half.
them.
There's some of them that I would have no idea.
I don't remember. No, I know who court and board are.
Do-
Like which one is which.
Hold on, Glux, are you saying you want another character?
I would be taking
I
Bars for
want
Dana
another
specifically.
Barst.
I don't know how many more rounds you guys want, by the way. I'm assuming it's got to be
Oh.
kind of close at this point.
I'm actually hoping you guys say that you want to end after this round, because that would really help the overlay.
Yeah, same.
I am cool with ending after this round.
I will
Alright.
say I've just been going because everyone else was still going. I was done after like 5 picks.
We would like to take Rad Quetz.
Yay.
It's
That
pretty
is-
amazing.
Is that this one?
That's him. That's Rad.
That
Okay.
is
That's the one.
That is Rad Quetz.
No one else can open a door using a door key like Rad, except for every other flunky in the game.
but
Ah,
he
it's
but
such
he
a
does it
shame that Jacob-
radly.
He does. His base class has 7 move, which means I don't need to reclass him. Consider that.
Yes.
Time saves. It is very handy that we don't have to kill off characters to get to the guidance to recruit specific characters anymore.
That's
oh,
true.
FE11.
I wish we kind of did have to kill them off.
I get it. I would also like a death requirement.
I would like to not have to
Yeah.
go to those guidance.
Simply
I
kill
think-
off people so you don't have to go to guidance, yeah. It's an
I
option.
mean, if only it worked that way.
No, it used to be you had to kill them off in order to go to the guidance
Right.
yeah,
in Shadow Dragon. And I would like for that to be the case again so I could just not do the guidance.
But you can
What,
also
you
do
mean
the
you're saying you
reverse,
don't wanna
as
play
in
20X?
killing them off and waiting a few turns and then just not go to
No,
the guidance.
I don't want to play 20x.
I can't say that I blame you. That map is not fun.
No, they were cooking with this
Alright, we'll
assassin
take
support.
Ryan to complete the set of archers.
Ryan, okay.
Oh, I
Okay,
hate
good,
Ryan.
good.
so
Archer
much.
triangle attack. Alright, we're saying this is the last pick.
I don't know
Yeah,
if
let
I
me go
agree
talk
to
to my
that.
team.
Do
I
you,
actually still really want
Wait.
Violent.
Josh, do you still have more characters you want?
I have more applications for more units, yes.
okay.
Bro, how
What
many
are
units
you smoking?
intending to use?
At
The
least.
whole cast.
How many units do we have?
Well, I think my overlay
Nine,
could
10.
stomach it, so I guess I'm okay.
Okay, I will go talk to my team.
It's not like we have anything else to do tonight.
Okay,
anyway.
yeah, I need at least one more unit.
We've got the biggest cast of all games. I'm gonna apply the entire cast of all games.
Okay, Joshua, you need at least one more unit, and the unit you went for last round was Rat of all people.
I
That is
need
good, right?
so I need quantity, my friend. I need the sheer number.
I see, you just want to throw shit into the meat grinder, okay?
Well, if
Like-
I'm going to pick a terrible flunky that I need to open a door so my other flunkies can do other things, you might as well choose the one that's the funniest.
And one that
Yes,
dies
yes.
afterwards if you don't need them anymore.
And I do need some number of non-promoted flunkies and some number of promoted flunkies.
Oh, if only we still had Jake and Beck as ballisticians.
Actually, I would prefer them not as ballisticians for this game's purposes. So,
I'm glad we had Zane available for like 6 rounds and no one picked him. Very nice. guys.
yeah, true.
I was gonna leave him there forever.
Why didn't you pick him, Mecha? Come on.
I was being nice. Everyone was doing it. It's impolite to like to take the last cookie at the party. You know what I mean?
So the secret thing is that every unit that's not on a drafted team, I get to use in my run.
Oh, Donald gets to use it. Got it.
Oh, okay.
While he's at his family meeting, he's playing on his DS.
Yes, it's all a setup actually. He's actually
Good thing
crashing.
I took Ryan.
Can
Okay,
someone
that
take
would
it
probably
away from
mean-
him then?
That would probably mean Cord or Board would be the carry unit.
What? No, we just
Cool.
use Chris.
Alright, we will take Marie and Lena.
Okay.
Maria and Lena?
Yeah.
How do I... Wait, is this gonna do something here?
Shit.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Bro.
No,
my
I have to
eyes.
reorganize the overlay!
My
My
eyes!
eyes, no. Josh, what have you done to us?
I'm sorry, I need the numbers, man.
Are you sorry?
What?
The numbers, Mason, what do they mean?
I'm gonna have to readjust every single person's thing every time.
Keep in mind that, yeah, it will get bigger with each pick now.
Okay, well, we can probably make this one the last round.
Probably.
That's okay, that's fine.
The worst place to end it.
Yeah, it kind of is actually.
This is good though. It's just big enough that it screws up the overlay.
That's not good.
No, but it is funnier this way.
Chaotic. Joshua.
I actually really do want this other unit as well.
I don't understand how
if
you
Mecha
can still
takes them
need
right
more
now,
units.
I will cry.
I mean, I can see it, but it seems very wacky. Just throwing units at your problems left and right, seeing them all die.
Only 2 of my draft picks will likely end up dead.
One of them surely is Radquet.
One of them is not Rad.
If
No, Rad
everything
actually
goes
gets to live
right-
the whole game.
Want
If
to
everything
say,
goes right,
give me Navarre.
Navarre.
Phew.
if everything goes right, only one of my draft picks will die. Actually,
Just
sorry,
make sure that
3.
my
I
team
did take
doesn't
2
have
of the
anyone
clerics,
They really want,
and they
but
might
the people
die.
I want.
Stop strategizing for 10 This was in my chat. I know. It's not really strategizing as much as it is like how badly do we want to meme and how badly do we want to make sure we don't absolutely shit the bed if something goes wrong. It's different, trust.
I mean, part of playing these draft races is for fun, and this is way more
Great.
entertaining
I would
than
like-
not having the extended draft.
Shima.
Who?
Shima.
Sheena,
Sheena.
The,
Okay.
the unit who joins with Samson in the
Yes.
chapter 17.
Bottom, 4th from the left, bottom
Yeah,
row.
4th from the bottom, from the left
Yeah.
and bottom. Yeah.
Get me violent.
Yay.
Yo,
The
big,
Coyotes
big,
man.
huge.
We have to recruit everyone we pick, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that why you picked him?
Oh yes, Wolf and Setguard.
Obviously, I'm gonna flex on you while recruiting this.
It is sad to see that Belf did not get drafted, but it is what it is.
It is what it is. Can't
No
imagine why
Malice,
that was.
no Etzel, no Bantu.
Yeah, shame. Didn't pick my avatar.
Once
I
again,
mean,
Do you guys want to
Yeah,
go one more
crazy.
round, or do you guys want to end the draft?
I don't need one.
I think
don't
aesthetically
need
it
one
would look
either,
better if
but
we
I
went
will
one more
do it.
round, but
Josh is
Oh,
If
now
it-
it's better to pick more units?
It's always better to pick more units.
Picks I can take.
There are
So many
units
more
that
ways
I
I could
could
take
take that I could
penalties.
actually still do things with.
I mean, it's supposed to be unanimous. Do you want another or not?
I don't care. If you guys want to call it here, then we can call it here.
Then I say we call it here?
all right. Well, I will deal with how the tier rows look. All right, chat. Here we go. This is it. This is the FE12 True End race. I'm starting the pistol, which is gonna have 20 seconds. Starting. Now there will be some stream delay for me, so they might not go right away. But it will have relative accuracy, and they're taking their own splits as well, and the timer will be live. So, all right, here we go. First thing is prologue. Let's see what everybody has.
There they are. There they go.
Okay.
Okay, 2 of them are going.
Let me see if I can
of
update
them are
this. I'll hit to live. Looks like, yeah, probably just delayed there. Okay, so we have on the top left, and so as a reminder, I'll ask you to direct the attention top left, bottom right, say the team name, so top left, front facing Fiends. They're using Mercris, whereas we see top right, bottom left, the Drafting in the Skies and the Fleam team, and Raising Canes all using Armor Chris. So a little difference there.
Not the best level up for bottom left Fleam team, which had HP speed.
Yeah. Well, speed actually is helpful for them. They did tell me that they either want speed or defense with a little bit of attack.
Raising Kings in that case, in bottom right, getting only HP skill was a lot worse.
Yes. So we see different strats bottom right, Raising Cane's actually venturing out, whereas Drafting in the Skies top left, and then top right, Drafting in the Skies, bottom left, Flame Team, both, they stayed stationary initially.
Yes, for chat, this all will go by very quickly, of
Yes.
course. The turns in these games are very quick, especially with a limited amount of units and very small maps. So it's very difficult to keep up with all of them in one go.
Yeah, as we start to see some separation, it'll be easier to draw some differences.
Yeah, front-facing Fiends in the top left. First one to reach the third prologue. They're currently with FFF, the main character, on the fort.
And we see a lot of boxed up formations. The formations are slightly different. Where Chris is, where the two Cavs are. They all have different strategies for trying to force action for the enemies to attack certain player units, so that they can set up combos and get kills. Oh, we have a reset in top left, front-facing Fiends.
Yeah, Luke died, and apparently
that was not supposed to happen, and I know it wasn't. So, but I will say, we do have planned deaths by 2 teams in the prologue in order to skip Chapter 3X. So we'll watch out for those. Only 2 teams are going to do it.
we, of course, will see the front-facing Fiends trying to funnel, in the top left, also some experience into Ryan, who's currently boxed in, has those mercenaries to work on.
Yeah, all teams razor thin. I'm looking at the splits now. We're missing a split from P1 from Drafting in the Skies, but they did enter their P2 split. So everything is razor thin still.
Not the best level up for Raising Canes in the bottom right for Rhodey.
Yeah.
Just HP strength, but no speed and defense, which on your carry you really want that speed for Luke. I know that much. I've heard the complaints of slow Lukes.
So starting in P3, you get to start making choices which determine which map, like their branching paths in the prologue. And so I think everyone here is going to take the Athena option.
Yes.
For P3.
The other route is the George route, where you get Gordon instead of Athena in the prologue.
Now, we see on the bottom right here, Raising Canes, they're going to have a variation now because they have their carry Luke, and they're going to start training him. And so he takes some people siphoning off of Armor Knight Chris, whereas the others are just maining with Chris, and then a little bit of Ryan combat over the wall on each one.
Yes, and of course for top left, for the front-facing Fiends, the Ryan combat is more in aim to actually try and train him a little bit as well, but currently that Ryan is fighting for his life versus the other archer. And he managed to get the clutch. We also see the first couple of teams getting to the end, and one already into Prologue 5, bottom left the Flame team. Chris just taking on all the units, marching forward, and not yet being able to take a big hit, not able to one-hit KO the Thieves.
Okay, bottom right we saw our first sacrifice in the prologue. Raising Canes let Reese die. Decent level on their carry Luke, so they are expected to be a little bit slower right here compared to the Flame team because they are training their carry. Training your carry is slow in the beginning, and then they save time after they, quote-unquote, in the words of the great racer Numbers, who's on Raising Canes right now racing, when your carry reaches exit velocity of the difficulty curve's gravitational pull. Little on-point reference also, because we had the U.S. had the Artemis II moon journey and landing yesterday safely. Congratulations to the astronauts there.
I wonder which of those 4 was at one point the furthest away from Earth. One of them has to be the one that got the furthest.
Yes, that is actually true. One of them had to be the furthest ever.
We also see in the bottom left Roderick die.
Yep, that was a planned sack for the Flame team. And yeah, they will also be trying to avoid Chapter 3X, which actually requires 2 prologue deaths. It requires 2 prologue deaths, and then waiting to turn 29 on Chapter 3 to cease. So per their math, they do believe it is faster to kill off 2 units, which costs you 2,000 gold coming out of the prologue. You get extra gold for every unit you keep alive. So they're like 2,000 gold and killing off 2 units. Per their math, they felt like it would net, and the waiting the extra turns in Chapter 3. Per their math, they felt like it would net them a 2-minute time save over the course of everything considered in that equation.
I mean, Chapter 3X is indeed not one of the fastest maps because you have to go up and down the entire time around the mountains.
Yeah.
And you have to get Reese to die there as well. So I can imagine it being a little bit faster.
Okay, Luke is
Bottom-
leveling extremely well for Raising Canes in the bottom right.
Yeah, what was the speed? 9, I believe?
Yep.
I believe that's still like on average, and they want to get, of course, slightly above average if they can. But the amount of XP that he is gaining does mean that he will be starting to get exit velocity, as you said, on the prologue enemies. However, prologue 8 is still a very big jump because of all the Hellfire mages.
Yeah. So the Fleam team, they drafted Cecile here, and she was helping in the flunky strats. And so she's gonna actually chip this archer here. She chipped a few enemies here to help speed up this chapter.
Yes, also this was also one of the chapters where you can get different versions. One of them is the Ogma map, and the other one is the Draug map, where we can see in the bottom right, Raising Cane's currently fighting Draug. Depending on how your units are doing, Armor Knights, of course, take quite a bit more damage, so seeing people going for the Ogma route is, of course, something that is to be expected.
Yep. And you mean Draug.
Fleam team. Yeah, into the Fleam team, bottom left, again, also one of the different maps, currently fighting the Cane version. There's also the Est version, which usually is a little bit more difficult, especially on higher difficulties of the game, because flying and going over all of the water is very hard to deal with in a cramped space.
And the Fleam team is deploying their second drafted unit now, because as a reminder, up through P5 is when all the units were free. So they had drafted Cecile in the last one, now they have drafted Ogma, who's going to help out in this one to go a little bit faster. So that's their rounds 3 and 4 pick. Were actually primarily for bonus usage and Cecile and chipping. But here, Ogma, and actually, he can 1-round stuff on this chapter, the archers. So
yeah, very valuable. Also, Raising Canes in the bottom right, almost a perfect level on Luke I saw just now.
Okay.
Only missing resistance and magic, so that's going extremely well. Yeah, 10 speed, very good. 15 times 2 versus the mage with an Iron Lance.
Just gotta heal up though, don't suicide. So, and they also sacked Cecile in this map, so that's their second death by someone in the prologue in order to get to skip 3x. So we, on the bottom left here, Flame team, we just saw Ogma 1-round an enemy, I think.
Yeah, and probably that archer is going to be able to be taken down by Ogma as well.
Yep, that will happen. All right, I'm gonna divert our attention to top right here. Rhodey, is he close to a level here? Maybe after defeating Draug.
We'll see in just a moment.
Let's see his stats. Okay, I mean he's okay. He's okay. It's Rhodey is like he is unfortunately Luke minus, but he's fine for where he is right now. And they go for the 97. Don't miss it. Nice. Okay.
Yeah, I mean 9 speed is the most important benchmark for the prologue. If you're not doubling anymore, that is just such a big loss in damage output.
Yeah.
I just saw for Raising Canes in the bottom right and just HP level, so the perfect level basically evened out. But Luke is still ahead of the curve. He's going to be fine.
Okay.
We're seeing the last in the top left for the front-facing Fiends. Just starting with the Prologue 7. You can see Ogma on the fort there.
No, that's their Chris. That's Merc Chris. So they have
Chris.
Draug. They have drafted Draug.
Yeah,
so they have the inverse combination.
Yes. Yes, my apologies.
Yeah.
And all of them going for the Cane route. No Est to be seen here.
Yeah. All right. So Yeah, as front-facing Fiends is doing their inverse. Let's go down to the bottom left here. The Fleam team, they're already on Prologue 8. You know, they don't have to train anybody right now, so they're able to get time saved from that. They've got Flunky Ogma helping chip down some of the thieves for Marth. You want to get some levels on Marth here. I think Marth needs +2 speed in order to one-round Katarina, the boss. So we'll see if they can end up getting that. But they do have a nice little setup here where Armor Chris finally fulfills his Jagan role for them by helping train the free unit Marth. Great level up on Marth. Didn't get speed there, I think, though, so we'll see how the boss fight goes.
AP strength, skill, and luck, I believe. However, like the thieves give additional experience, so being able to set up those skills for Marth is very valuable.
I think raising Canes in the bottom right here, they might have had to bail a little bit, because Luke maybe took a little too much damage, but so then they ended up accidentally, or maybe it was on purpose, but the boss kill went to Chris, unfortunately, instead of Luke, so bless you.
Excuse me. Once again.
Bless you.
And we see 2 resets in the top left from front-facing Fiends. I don't know what happened with the first one, but I think they were not very happy with the first level.
Yeah. Alright, so in the bottom right, Raising Canes, Luke actually, he's getting all the stats you'd want, so even if they had to do this a little bit slower than they would have liked to, I think just having secure stats on their carry coming out of Prologue will really help them pick up that time loss, potential time loss.
Definitely. Marth currently, for the Fleeing team in the bottom left, still sitting on the throne.
Yeah, this is dubious. I don't think things are going according to plan right now. So, but it looks like Spam he's digging it out.
And he also gets strength.
Oh no, actually no, that wasn't intended formation. Actually, my bad. I forgot there was a Chris positioning there to prevent Ogma from getting attacked and putting Marth on the throne. I did forget about that. So, I think they're ready.
They need only 1 more speed, I believe. And I think in the top right we are seeing for Drafting in the Skies a setup for Rhodey. Is he going to get a level up? No, we just missed it. I don't know what his stats are exactly.
He's gonna snipe the archer here, so maybe we'll be able to see a Rhodey level.
I don't think so. And we're seeing another front-facing Fiends top left. I think that's their 4th reset. I think they're trying to aim for a good level, but
they're on break right now. Something must be going wrong. Okay, so
raising things in the bottom right, like you see all those reinforcements coming in. It's basically getting a couple of really good formations, funneling a lot of experience into Marth.
Yep.
Waiting out those reinforcements and then going down. Yep. Missing the speed level up. 10 is not where you want to be, but Marth has a good growth, so he'll be sure to get some extra experience. Fantastic stack from Luke.
Yes. In the bottom left, Fleam team, they put Armor Chris to bait the thieves. And see, look, they're using Ogma against Katarina instead of Marth because they didn't get the speed. But they put Armor Chris in a spot where Katarina couldn't attack him, and he could draw both thieves as well. So Marth is going to be able to pick up this kill on the last thief, and they're going to get out of here. Okay, so they are behind on speed on their Marth, but hopefully they can catch up. And that's going to be a break. The Spam is going to switch to the next person on their team.
And yeah, basically 15 minutes, which is very nice for the prologue.
The next person on their team is going to be Narium, our new racer.
Yes, who's currently 1-for-1 in wins, so we'll see if he is able to keep his record going.
Yeah, we will see.
Okay, in the top right we see another level up. Speed immediately, no strength for Marth, which is good. And how is that Rhodey coming along? Also a level up. 9-9 offenses isn't the best. It's no Luke at the moment. He's like 2 or 3 points behind. I don't know what the level difference is between Luke and Rhodey for both teams. Seems like Luke has reached exit velocity. Rhodey is still a little bit behind.
Yes, and that's par for the course. That's why every team valued Luke over Rhodey. But Drafting in the Skies actually valued Rhodey as their number 2, actually. Whereas other teams did not. Valued Rhodey in different spots. And then front-facing Fiends actually did not value Rhodey as a carry.
Yes, I actually saw the tier list and who was their final carry. Because of course we had Luke, Pala, and Katria, but there was one that was differing.
And that was Drog. So, who they're using as a flunky. It looks like they're attacking this map just with Chris by himself. So not using Drog here. Maybe Drog was making things foreign to them and slowing them down, unfortunately. So yeah, maybe they're going back to, because I think Castle had prepped Merc Chris Strats with no help. So maybe Drog was, unfortunately, when you introduce something that theoretically could be faster and more optimal if you had infinite practice time and can practice all the different iterations. Yeah, like I think maybe Drog helping here could have sped things up, maybe. But yeah, going back to what he practiced looks like to be the smart play here, and usually I advocate for that on race day, because it's not. You shouldn't run strats that are theoretically the fastest. You should run the strats that you can perform the fastest on race day to actually win the race.
Yes, going to the bottom right, Raisin Canes, they just defeated Katarina. Merrick was able to actually tank one of her attacks and a Thief, living on 1 HP. And their Luke is absolutely fantastic. 13 speed, I believe, 30 HP. And how is their Marth looking? 12 speed, that's pretty good. Everything at least in double digits. And they are also out into the world. Good level also for Marth on the Fleet team in the bottom left. He's currently basically tackling map 1 alone. He of course does have to run to the village to get Marisha, who will be vital in executing a lot of the movement tech with the staves, as we talked about before.
So speaking of Marisha, Marisha and Yulia, why don't you tell us what's special about those staffers, Sal?
Well, Marisha, of course, is slightly nerfed because she cannot use her unique. Well, Lena has access to it too in the final map, but she doesn't have her unique Hermern to use, which is very out of the way, but would save a lot of time. However, she is a unit that is able to get experience at a quick rate and not detract from combat units just by healing, being so proficient. But I do believe that Yulia is one level closer to promotion, but you of course do get her slightly later.
Yeah, and there's there's a lot of staff usage in this run because you can't just warp Marth to the thrones and stuff. So a lot of healing, a lot of rescues, a lot of physics, a lot of agains. Your staffer, whether or not they get to promo faster doesn't actually come into effect in this run, at least not that I've seen.
Yeah, they're pretty similar as units go. I prefer Marisha myself, and good Marth levels for the clean team. I saw 16 speed and something like 13 strength. I think he's going to be able to be just fine on the fort. And sadly, this is not FE3. We don't get exploding Lawrence. There's no patch for that.
Yeah, but you can talk to him, and he will there will be a knife thing, or he'll take a sword. We'll see which. Okay, so it looks like on Raising Canes in the bottom right, looks like they're just talking to him. There's the sword. Okay.
And that is basically the end of the map, or 18 times 2 that Luke is going. Also, if we go up one screen, I just saw for Drafting in Skies, Rhodey getting 11 strength and 10 speed, I believe, or
okay.
It was the other way around.
Go for the 99. Got him. All right.
And in top left, we do see a little bit of hesitancy. Not sure where to place Chris versus versus Marth, where to place Drog. It seems like Chris is a little bit too strong to be able to be the Jaken and set up kills for
Yes.
Drog or Marth in this case.
Yeah, I think they only want to try and get XP on Marth if they can. But yeah.
And if we go to Drafting in the Skies, we see our first reclasses coming in.
Cav Gordon. So that to open up Mercenary there. So they're forging a rapier here. First forge of the entire run of any team.
Yes. And forges in the DS games are incredibly good. You can adjust the modifiers by a sizable margin. And from there on, it's basically the effective damage reigns supreme. Steel bows, in my opinion, are the best game or the best weapon in the game, at least on the hardest difficulty. Those wyverns are no joke.
Yeah. I think we're going to see a few different approaches to Chapter 2 as we look on the bottom two screens here at Fleam Team and Raising Canes. Fleam Team, they recruited Warren, who came after them, and they recruited Katria. So now they have their carry. They're going to start training Katria. They are taking a pretty direct path from the starting area, whereas Raising Canes, they're just sending Luke so far, and he kind of went a little bit to the right, but then went through the trees.
Yes, being able to take a slight detour whilst having still a good location to bait as many enemies as possible is, of course, optimal in this case. He didn't need to go through the woods to be able to achieve his goal. Movement in the DS games is just very high. Paladins having 10 move, a lot of unpromoted units having 6 or 7 move. If we go to the left, we see an almost perfect level for Katria for the Fleam Team. So it seems like she has a good start. And from there on out, we'll be able to see if she can actually get enough XP to be able to contribute quite a bit versus the Wyvern Knights, or the Draco Knights, I should say.
So Marth with a rapier here for the Fleam Team. Sorry, I should have bottom left. Alright, actually top right, we actually have a first shopping trip. Alright, they're selling the Bouillon right away, and they're buying Javelin, another Javelin, another Javelin.
Another Javelin.
Okay.
5 Javelins.
We might see some Javelin forges on Drafting in the Skies top right.
And now we're basically entering Walking Simulator for the bottom right for Raising Canes. Luke able to almost one-round the boss. We'll see what his stats are in just a moment. 15, 15, 13, now 16 speed. He is totally fine. I presume quite a bit above average. And Marth is able to just walk up to the throne.
Yep.
I think in the top left, we're also almost out of the prologue. I mean,
yeah.
The team speed currently is front-facing Fiends, so the fact that they are behind does make this race more interesting.
Yep.
Because, well, all the other teams are gaining time.
Yeah. Top right, Drafting in the Skies, they had Marth go over by the village. They didn't recruit from the village, but they did go over there. And they're gonna fight. No, they're gonna fight Lawrence with their forged rapier. 1 round. Okay. Well, he did explode. Lawrence did explode.
We got 1 explosion. Very nice.
Yeah.
If we go to the bottom left, we have Katria taking a decent level. The speed is always nice, but
yeah.
She really needs a little bit of extra strength in the beginning, and then at some point you start getting forges for the horse's layer, etc., etc.
Yeah.
And that's where strength starts mattering less, but the dragon pike, the horse's layer, etc., they are not the most common commodities.
I'm going to draw attention to the bottom right here, Raising Canes on Chapter 3 already. We've got Luke one-rounding these wyverns and taking almost nothing with his 13 defense. Jesus, it's about time he didn't get a cracked level. Missed there. But, yeah, so their strategy there is just having their carry on the right, take the wyverns, and then circling back to the left to the bridge.
Yeah, good placement to go to the fort, get some healing. And of course, Pala's able to sit on a fort, take at least 1 reinforcement block, and she one-rounds all the other cavaliers that come to the top. If I recall correctly, we do need to get to the end, but do we need Julian for that? I don't think so, as long we don't need to talk to all the bishops in the end.
Correct. Yeah. No, you just need to kill Medius. So,
Yeah.
top left, front-facing fiends. Not the prologue they were looking for, but they did make it out. So glad that they were able to overcome the challenges that they faced, and we'll see if they can make a comeback through the rest of the game. I think they've got some good strats cooked up, so we'll see. And they're switching racers right now, so I'll change theirs.
Yeah. Meanwhile, if we focus on the top right, we have Rhodey doing 19 times 2 versus these soldiers. So doing good damage there, setting up some kills as well. With a little bit of luck, he will actually start getting to his exit velocity, starting to 1 round. As soon as we get the Master Seal, get the promotion, and then he should be off to the races as well. Not as good as the Luke from the Raisins Canes, but still decent enough to work with. Meanwhile, in the bottom left, good level for Katria, 11 strength with the Cavalier class, still
Yes.
17 speed. And on the forts, we have Marth. They're able to easily take out these Draco Knights, but we did see, of course, that she needed a little bit of help, Marth being near. Meanwhile, Luke from Raisins Kane's team just able to do it all by himself.
Yeah, and so because Katria just got off the ground, but I want to give them a lot of credit for that strat. One, the cavalry class was really nice to give Katria some better stats. But two, as I have some internet issues, two, having Marth to be able to play with the enemy AI and siphon off characters so that Katria didn't suffer from success and die that way. That was a good safety strat there. Good use of understanding the enemy's targeting AI priorities, of expected damage, and presenting another target in Marth that they could go for.
Yeah, and Marth actually getting a crit on that last Draco Knight, very good. They can actually kill off all 3 of the Draco Knights that attacked on enemy phase.
So
With
I also
another
want to
decent
point
level.
out... Sorry, go ahead.
No, that was my last sentence.
Okay.
Good level on Katria.
So on the Fleeing team still, we have, in the bottom left, we have Pala, the free Pala. This is why, like, there's a bunch of cav reinforcements up there, so just making her free there, she'll gain experience for the team that drafted her, but just a fair thing to have all teams have that. And the bottom right here, Raising Canes, they're going to wait out the turns here in order to skip 3x. And if you visit the armory in Chapter 3, you can draw the Draco Knights on the mountain. So the hilarious part is that you don't even need to, like, buy anything. You can, like, go in there, check the armory, and then come back, and you don't need to wait there, and it will still aggro them, which is hilarious.
And that, of course, is why they moved Marth away, so that all the experience could still go to Luke. And
Yeah.
since the Draco Knights are in basically promoted enemies, experience is good. With the Master Seal up for grabs, well, I know where that is going. I think he's basically ready to promote now, don't you think?
Yes. Yeah. Well, I think they'll probably let him get a few more levels, and we'll see. Okay, so now are we at the end turn spam? Yeah. Here we go. So they're gonna skip 3x as well. Oh, go ahead.
Bottom left, Matt is just dying. Katria getting some more stats. She's probably also going to do the same trick if she has the stats for it, which I think
Whew.
she does.
Nice level on Katria.
Almost capped speed already.
Okay, top right, we see Rhodey taking the Chapter 3 combat with the Wyverns. He's barely getting tanked, so he is leveled well. We do not have concerns about the bad Rhodey happening right now, so which is good. We don't want to see we don't want to see stat screwed carries, because then the racers don't get to execute their strats at the highest level, and that's what we want to see. We want to see best versus best versus best versus best.
Exactly. And I think with these stats, we are definitely seeing that. Of course, Pala has incredible bases, so we don't have to worry about that all too much. She is good from the get-go. However, her growth for speed is of course a bit low, so any speed wings that are able to be picked up without so much time loss, those will probably be going to Pala if she really needs them.
Okay, so Raising Cane's, I think, they're going to come out of here with a lead. They were behind in the prologue up by 3 minutes, I think. So I'm saying the bottom two teams here, bottom right, Raising Cane's, bottom left, the Fleam team. So the Fleam team came out of the prologue the fastest at slightly sub 15. And then Raising Cane's was 3 minutes behind them at 17:45. But because they trained Luke, and then the Fleam team started training Katria, it's going to be close here. But I think what we're going to see is that Raising Cane's, using their online Luke carry, was able to make up that time and take the lead back from the Fleam team.
Yeah, definitely. Mainly because Katria are currently taking on the Draco Knights. However, they also still have to do the end turn spam.
Yes.
So they will be losing a little bit more time. They are not that far behind. Currently, they are the two teams most in the lead. I am looking forward to Drafting in the Skies. We can eventually even take a look at see how much the time costs to skip 3x and how much it costs to actually do 3x.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see where front-facing Fiends is going. They are currently taking all of the inventory into the storage. It's Marth. Is there anyone else going to be there? Of course, Pala is. She is force deployed on the map. And for the Fleam team, currently at turn 23, basically a minute only behind. There we go, map clear. 3:36 versus 29:46, so 50 seconds is the difference.
I think you might. Are you a little ahead of me, or?
What's that?
Oh no, they're in the menu. Okay, I see what you're saying. I was like, I thought they stopped for some reason. I was like, I don't see anybody stop except for Raising Cane's, but no, Norium split won't be over for a few more chapters, so they'll keep going. So now this is the part where I'll have to update you guys on like after X chapter who had the lead, because I can see the splits in front of me here. Okay, so we're gonna see Drafting in the Skies Seas chapter 3 here. Or they're gonna have Marth go up to the village.
Where's Marth going?
They're just running. They're gonna get the Silver Lance from the Wyverns. They're procking the Wyverns for the Silver Lance.
Ah, there we go. Meanwhile, the Fleam team, of course, talking with Sirius, who once again was he even drafted? I don't think so. Yeah, he was drafted by Raising Cane's second pick. Okay, he is currently taken as a blue unit, but all his items were removed, so he's currently just a meat shield.
Yep.
And of course, we see that Marth was very quickly pulled up.
Yes. So
Because,
yeah,
as you said. Yeah, go ahead. Yulia is free, of course, so
yes.
What happened to Marth?
Yep, Yulia, she's got a rescue staff, so you can just yank Marth across the map using free Chapter 4 free Yulia. It's a strat that I expect every team to employ. And it's just the fastest way through the chapter, and so just felt fine giving that to everybody and not having it be an asymmetric draftable time save, so...
Now, Drafting in the Skies is reaching 3x. This is where we usually see Risk reappearing. They had to insert him somewhere. Basically just lost in the mountains, poor guy. And there's one thing funny about 3x. What happens after a certain point is that the boss actually leaves and basically leaves the C-style open, so you can skip quite a few enemies. There are some reinforcements as well, but some of those can be easily blocked.
Yes.
Oh, that's going fine. Rhodey's 2-hit KOing and one round KOing all the knights, so there shouldn't be any issue for him. Taking almost 0 damage. As you said, being able to see characters and players perform at their best with the best possible units makes the race just so much more enjoyable.
Yeah.
In the meantime, we also see front-facing Fiend. They have entered Chapter 2 with one Pegasus Knight at their side. And Sniper Iran, very interesting. Needing to take a couple of hits. Able to take the Hunters. There goes Katria. And this should enable Marv to basically just move up as much as he can.
Yeah,
take
Mecha really
most of the
liked
enemy.
Sniper/Hunter here to be able to counter these archers and one-round them. Until they get Paolo, though, they're going to be a little bit more dependent on Marth's stats here. Also Iran, but hopefully their Marth is okay, because I know that the training of Marth in the prologue was a little bit scuffed, so I guess we'll see how that goes for them.
Yeah, currently 10 strength, but he does have 15 speed, so he's pretty fast. And the Forged Rapier should allow him to still take a big chunk and one-round KO most of the Cavaliers. Yeah, 26, very good. And there's Drafting in the Skies in the top right. They just finished Chapter 3X.
Okay.
And are they now going to switch? We will have to wait and see. I think they do.
Yep, and their next racer, good job by Glukes to start that off for them. Their next racer is going to be Guinea.
Yeah, Guinea, of course, the person we have to thank for the Guinea tracker. Did a lot of work. Oh, poor Flame Team. Just Marth in the bottom left. Barely able to kill the boss, leaving him on 1 HP. But 100% hit rates, and should be able to seize next turn. That's 8 turns. That's pretty good. Or 9 turns now. Some last experience for Katria. Let's see what her levels are at. Actually, I don't think we'll be able to see.
No.
Not enough experience.
We'll see next time.
Chapter 5. Will we see a promotion? Maybe. This is, of course, one of those chapters where you have to go so far away with Marv if you want to visit the village. But in this case, I believe that is the Hermern village, and we don't have to do that.
Correct.
So currently, we're basically going to go and try and kill some of the thieves. They have some good loot.
Yep.
Rickard is there as well. And other than that, I think Katria has the stats to just go and kill most of the enemies. But with the ballista, it is, of course, a little bit more dicey. At least she's not a Pegasus Knight anymore. Goodbye, Rickard.
So long, me Bowser. Get that VIP
The
card.
VIP card.
Gonna see a lot of shopping at the VIP shop.
A big damage from the mages, but the thieves don't have anything on Katria anymore. Oh, good level.
So
There's of course one big difference in what the star shards do in this game compared to the FE3 game. Here they boost stats, as we can see in the bottom right, for just promoted Paladin Luke with +1 in his strength and defense from the Tower shard. Very good shard to have.
nice.
And mostly the growth rates are adjusted for the FE3 versions, except for the Capricorn. Fun fact, because the code says everything below, I believe, item number 57, where it should have said below or equal to 57. So it actually doesn't look at anything past 56, and since the Capricorn shard is number 57, it doesn't actually get recognized and never actually does anything. So if you're ever playing FE3, don't use the Capricorn shard, it's a dud.
Yeah. Very helpful information on the shards. I'm gonna call attention to the bottom left here, the Fleam team. Take a wild guess. Well, actually, no. I think they're okay. I was misreading. I was misreading their healer's name. So.
No, Bishop that quickly would be very suspect. In the bottom right, however, Sirius, second pick, able to actually help quite a bit here with his great stats. And since Julia was not actually drafted, she's able to be left in enemy range here. Oh no, never mind. It's actually Paladin Luke. My bad. Sirius hasn't even been recruited yet. I'm sure he'll be recruited any moment.
Yeah, just getting your carry over there to one round everything.
Marth getting the Shaver Tome.
Yep, they do like the Shaver Tome, actually. I believe that they will forge it.
Very nice. And I think after that, Julia is able to pull a nice rescue strat. There we go.
Get him all the
And
way over
as
there.
she just has a starting location that's so close to the end point, to the seize point, she's never actually going to be warped here, so this is a completely valid tech to use. A very nice application. We're also seeing in the top right, Rhodey just promoted. I wasn't able to see all of his stats, but as a paladin, 18 Draco Knight, 18, 19 strength, 15 speed, that's looking mighty fine.
Yep. So a little bit of a different approach already between having Raising Canes at the bottom right here, having a Paladin carry on this map, and drafting the skies in the top right, having Draco Knight Rhodey to just walk over there by himself instead of getting rescued.
Yeah, it is of course one more rescue use that you have to burn to get the paladin up there. Goodbye, Ubello. And there for the drafting in the skies is the recruitment for Sirius. Good secondary.
Right,
And
bottom left,
also in the
Catria
top
got
right.
the boss kill, got the Gemini.
Very good. 14, 20, 13, 33 HP. That is looking like a very good Catria.
Marth going to the store, buying the door keys so that other people besides, a thief or Marth can open doors.
Yeah, we'll not be seeing any thieves this run. Julian was skipped and Rickard is mostly killed. So it's only the Fire Emblem that's able to open chests and doors. In this case, we really do want a couple of other people to use those keys. Front-facing Fiends in the top left, doing the Pala, just getting level, 14 skill, 10 defense, not the best level up, but her bases are good enough to support her for a while. And we'll have to see, can she get the kill? Yes, she can. Nice crit as well.
Okay, bottom right, we finally see the Sirius recruitment. Because they do have drafted Sirius, but they're ready to see, so.
Not actually using him in his join chapter.
Amazing. Okay, so now that we have our first split from Raising Canes' second racer, I can do a comparison as to them versus the Flame team for the lead. Those are our two top teams right now. So at the end of chapter 4, Raising Canes was in the lead by about a minute. So, over the Flame team.
Yeah, currently, of course, we see the Flame team slightly higher time. And they are going into chapter 6, the Viper's Nest, I believe this is called. And there is some very fun tech we will see with the reinforcements coming in. Are we going to see Catria being promoted yet, or is she going to get a few more levels? There we go, in the bottom right, we just missed it, but Sirius was being promoted, or rather reclassed into a bishop. Seems like his staff rank is going up.
Okay, there's Catria's promotion to Paladin.
Looking mighty fine, 16, 21, 15, 39 HP. That seems like a good carry unit.
Yeah. Also, looks like I did not misread it on the Flame team. They actually had Bishop Iran on the last chapter. And I believe on the bottom right here, they've got Bishop Sirius and on Raising Canes.
Yep.
So, loving those staff flunkies that come as pre-promotes.
Yes, and Bishop is of course one of the best classes for that. It gives a slightly bigger staff rank bonus compared to Sage or Sorcerer. And in this case, very helpful because some of those staves have a higher weapon rank that you really want to be able to reach. Luckily, healing staves are plentiful and units are taking damage left and right, so there's always something to heal.
Alright, in the bottom left, we're forging a plus crit javelin for the Flame team. Oh,
Nope,
nope.
apparently not.
They're unsure. Uh-oh. Okay. +4 might.
In the bottom right, we're seeing a save point. Apparently there's some RNG involved in the next piece of strategy that they've got planned. Let's see what they've cooked and if they have to reset.
I will also point out quickly, bottom left, the Flame team, they actually came up with meme names for all their forges, so they actually are going to spend the time to actually name all their forges. So that forge javelin is the Gradavisus. Yeah, you know, I support having fun. That's what most of this is all about. So time cost be
Exactly.
damned. Let's see these meme names come in.
I mean, in the top left, I just saw the A here. Not the most creative, but at least you know that you forged it.
Yeah.
Good levels on the Flame team's Marth as well. Level 17 already, 17 speed. Level 16 for the front-facing Fiends in the top left with 16 speed or 15. Very close. These Marths are trained well. And also in the bottom left for the Flame team, we just had Marth take a Pure Water, tank some of the mages, and now they are going through the right-hand side. Less enemies to face, but there were, of course, there the Swarm Bishops, so they had to take those into account.
Alright, on the bottom left Flame team, we also see Sniper Aran on this chapter. As they're going up through the top right. They're gonna bait with Flunky, Frey, all the other reinforcements, while Martha's gonna grab some chests here and get rescued up.
Barrier Staff. Drafting in Disguise. Actually taking the left-hand side in the top right for the Nest of Evil, where Rhodey is just going to take all the knights by himself, one round KOing. So some slight differentiating strategies in this case.
Yeah.
Of course, there is a star shard in this map that you have to get from a chest.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like both top right and bottom left are making use of a forged javelin on their Draco Knight carries in order to one round with 1-2 range.
Yes, and it seems like for the bottom right for Raisins Canes, they are taking both routes actually. Aran probably going to take the Swarm Bishop out so that someone else is able to do some flunky duty to get the chest. Because I saw Marth going to the most bottom section. And meanwhile, for the Flame team in the bottom left, I just saw Marth being pulled up. Yeah, just behind Katria as she's going to one round all these enemies.
Alright, so
There's
top
also
right.
some RNG happening in the top left. I just saw save point. And what was happening in the top right?
Top right, Marth got the bouillon in the bottom chest. Bottom right chest. Like, bottom
Yeah,
right
apparently
room
they
chest.
need some forges.
Yes. Alright, so they have General Aran be the bait person and drafting this guys for the starting reinforcements.
And apparently also trying to use one bait with Marth, probably to get an archer and then block the way for all the other units. Not working in this case, 2 attacks. Rhodey able to take out most of the enemies, and he is going to enter the final stages facing Lang.
Yeah, Raising Cane's a very similar strategy with Sniper Aran.
Yeah, the biggest difference is currently the Flame team, who have a big conga line of units. But I think they might just be out.
Yeah.
And I think Frey might actually live to see the light of day. If someone's able to get the kill, Oh, Steelboat 2 times. Taking the kill with Marth. That means that there will be someone dying in the bottom of the map. But I don't think that's anyone of particular note.
Nope.
Also, yes, chat, you can ready your memes. Marth got the very funny star shard.
Yes, yeah.
No, it seems like Frey actually managed to live, and the Fleam team is out. Meanwhile, Ogma actually getting some levels in the top left. I mean, I saw a level there. Was he on very low or just on very full XP bar? They don't have Ogma drafted, do they?
Okay,
No.
Which team? Sorry.
Front-facing Fiends. I thought I saw Ogma level up there.
He's free on chapter 4.
Oh, right.
Yeah. So, I actually forgot. Bottom right, Raising Canes. Their strat here is actually they are gonna wait out chapter 6, and they're gonna skip 6x, which we're gonna see the Fleam team do on the bottom left here. Per their evaluation, Raising Canes found it to be hard to survive and unreliable. I think we're gonna see, though, a quick clear on the Fleam team here on the left. So
Yes, they deployed quite a few units, and is this going to be what I think it is? Where they are going
Sniper
to good
catcher,
level
I
on
love that.
Patria, where they're going to try and rescue in a way that forces Marth to get pushed up to the top. Yeah.
Yep.
And then they can just walk around the fighter and seize immediately.
nice one turn.
I think that's going to be a lot faster than what currently Raisin's Cane is doing by waiting out chapter 6x. A very good tech. Basically a small version of the Fey Chaos Florina warp.
Yep.
Or rather, rescue. In the top left, we also have Pala currently as a Cavalier, taking out all the mages, getting to Pure Water. She has a Master Seal in her inventory, so I think we'll be seeing her promoted very soon. We don't actually have the same bishop around that we had from the previous runs. We actually have
Curate
another
Drog.
curate. Yeah, Curate Drog, who is apparently not being a carry this time, just being relegated to staff flunky duty. In the bottom left, of course, Navarre is for the Fleam team currently free. Fina is always free. You basically need them this chapter. You can't really go without them. We also saw Pegasus Knight Marisha going off to who knows where, probably to get a hidden item. I believe there's a cave on the map, which a fire dragon might come out of, but there might also be an item there. There's of course one star shard that you want to grab on one of the thieves, and well, we all know how good dancers are. This is not the best dancer in the series, but boy is Fina very important. Getting a nice Master Seal, a nice crit from Navarre, I was almost going to say Rutger. Taking out both of the hunters, now there's only melee enemies left.
Yep, and a lot of the thieves are going to ignore them, so...
Yeah, they just have escape AI.
Yeah.
In the top right, Rhodey, very nice level up. 18 speed is not the highest, but 23 is the cap for Draco Knight. And they are not doing the same strat as the Fleam team. They just have Marth, who's going to be able to water walk, and now going to take out Roro, or Legion as he's called.
Yep, Legion.
And I think Marth should be able to just move over.
Yes,
the
yeah, he can
water,
walk
if I
over, yeah.
remember correctly.
Okay,
Yeah.
so little bit of throwing your carry out there, hopefully it survives, and the Rhodey had enough bulk survivability, so got a 2-turn there with less units, but yeah, still a fast strategy. Genna is switching off, and he will be switching to Cinda.
Bottom left, Fleam team just got the Scorpio for +2 speed, very important, especially on the Draco Knight class, because 23 is not a high speed cap. Also getting the Angelic Robe, 18 strength, 23 speed. I think that is a fantastic Catria. And in the meantime, Raisins Cane's in the bottom right, just fighting Lang. I do think that they didn't have the right call here, like waiting out Chapter 6. I don't know if they're going to do any more turn waiting, but they have fallen quite a ways behind, also by drafting in the skies, even though those are 3 minutes behind in the timer, of course.
Yeah, I think. I mean, they did have. So Raising Cane's had a 4-minute lead over the Fleam team, going into Chapter 6. So once they hit the split here, we'll see. They might actually still end up having the lead here.
They probably will have to lead, but I do think drafting in the skies was able to claw back a significant amount of time.
Yeah, we'll see what it is here.
In the bottom left, I think that's the end. Just one more thief kill for Katria, getting another Master Seal, and Marisha grabbing the Physic. Very nice. Good XP and from range. And that's map clear going into the next chapter.
So, to my surprise, Raising Cane's only lost a minute to the Fleeing team off of their 4-minute lead.
Just a minute.
Yeah. It is a minute. A minute's a big deal. But, yeah, no, they still got a 3-minute lead right now. So
we'll see if they can keep that lead over the rest of the game. We're nearing Chapter 8, where, like, this is what, almost a third of the way if you count the prologue towards the end of the game?
Yeah. I also need to point out that, so Drafting in the Skies is in third place behind, so it's Raising Cane's, then plus 3 minutes is the Fleam team. And then Drafting in the Skies has recovered to where they were 15 seconds behind the Fleam team for second place.
Oh wow, very, very good crawl back.
Yes, so really competitive race. All the top 3 teams are all within 3 minutes of each other at the start of Chapter 7.
Mm-hmm. Oh, we see our first appearance of Hardin, of course, with the red glowing eyes. And we also see our last appearance of Roger for the Fleam team in the bottom left. Just XP, no Sida here to recruit him. And this is what you were talking about, just the exit velocity. Currently, the carry unit is just so far ahead. The enemy cannot deal with them, except for Hardin, of course, but in this case we won't be delaying for Bantu. Marth will be running and gunning towards the seize point. There's, however, one Ruffian with, I believe, the Leo shard. Yes, there we go. My memory serves me correctly. Very important. I believe that's +2 strength. Also a very useful star shard to have.
Yeah, and it was a little, like, while you're saying that, Katria actually took a significant amount of damage from the Paladins, and I don't think she dodged a lethal on the third Paladin, and she is a little bit low here, but I think she's going to ultimately be okay.
Yeah, Marth being a convoy, very useful. And then getting your units out of danger again, going back to the middle section. Of course, this map was reused, however, at first you were moving from the north to the south. In this case, you're moving from the middle, having to grab the Leo shard and then escaping all the way to the north.
Okay, Katria lived on 3 HP. What a clutch out. Also, she leveled defense, so I guess she was going to survive either way. But yeah, she leveled HP and defense, which is very much needed right now.
Yeah, she is lacking a little bit in strength, in my opinion, but I mean, that's what forges eventually are for, so I think she'll be fine.
Yeah, well, the problem is that I was going to say real quickly, the problem is that they've pre-planned their forges, so I don't... The only way that they're going to get out of this, if she's screwed, is if they start rigging, which I know the Fleam team actually is actually quite adept. All their racers are well trained, essentially, at being able to identify good level rigging opportunities. And when I say that, chat, I mean using a save point or reloading a chapter or a save right before you level up to reroll the level, so you get stats that you want.
Yeah, you keep your carry at the very high XP so that they will level up from one attack, and then if you really want them to get certain stats, you just use a save point, which there are basically always 2 of on the map, at least on the larger maps. So there will be opportunities to set those up aplenty. In the bottom right, we see Raisin's Kings. One of the thieves was able to escape. That's, I think, the Seraph Robe. The reinforcements are coming in, but they should be able to get pretty close to the end of the map. I don't think Marth is able to get through the woods this turn, so we'll have to take one more turn, but they can move and kill the 11th sword boss, and from there it's basically just scooping up a few enemies and they should be fine.
Okay,
I think we're also going to see in the top left front-facing fiends rescue staff. That's Marth, able to move over the water. Slight variation where he's actually warped upwards and then he's able to water walk. Very clean execution, able to get through the chapter very quickly.
Okay, we've got 2 baton passes here. I'm adjusting Flame Team. So let me do this first, and then I'll update you on the standings now that we have a 4th time split at Chapter 7. Team Text 3 is Smithsville.
I also want to shout out the Flame Team for having the Pope hat for Chris.
I love it too. I love their styling. I love it.
I mean, if they're naming their forges and they're styling their avatar units, that seems like you're having fun. You're trying your best, but you're also still it's very soulful. I like it.
Thanks for the follow. Buy me a lamp. Maybe I will. Okay. So let's refresh the splits here. So at the start of chapter 7, 552-43. Okay, so all right, so front-facing fiends after the prologue was 8 minutes off the lead, and now they've closed that to 5.5. So yeah, so all at the start of chapter 7, all teams were within 5.5 minutes of each other. So it's still a very competitive race with lots of strats to go.
Yeah, even though you're seeing all kinds of different chapters due to the break timers, different places where teams are splitting and handing off the baton, it starts to vary wildly, but the actual timers are telling a different story. Also, I would like to say that the artists that made all the CGs, I love them by the way, but for front-facing fiends, you can see that in most of the CGs except the last one and this one, I don't know of any others, but here the eyes for Fina are showing, where usually basically all the eyes are covered by the shadow of the hair.
Yeah.
And this is one of the few sections, and I believe it's because the artist actually just doesn't like drawing eyes. I don't know if this is a rumor, but I've heard it perpetuated so much, and I'm willing to believe it.
I could believe it too. I just had to recrop Glux's. Wasn't quite as exact with his placement, but that's okay.
He's trying his best.
He is, yeah. Cut him some slack.
For drafting in the skies in the top right, there is a wyvern. Oh, I think they may have forgotten to... I saw a wyvern hovering on the mountains, but no one actually went up to pick up the physic before Marth sees, so they might have missed that.
Ah, that could be tough.
And in the bottom right, Raisin's Kings just got the Sagittarius. I don't know if they killed George, but they may have. Luckily, the Fleam team actually recruited George because he's their drafted unit. Which, for like, it's George. It's my profile picture. I'm gonna gun for them in this case. But I'm happy to see any team win.
Yeah. Hold on, let me check this. Can you go over to the Flame team and tell Meister to adjust the display?
I can.
If he's not already. Maybe he is. Well, this is the best. We've got 3 people in preps right now. Amazing.
Oh, yeah, right. Suddenly everything is missing. Ah! Watch stream. Pop out player. I forget that disappears every single time. No, Drafting in the Skies actually has... I saw Yulia being deployed. Are they doing some... Oh, they've got 2 physics staves. They should be fine. I was wondering, are they going to try and do some rescue strats here? But that doesn't seem that useful.
Yeah, maybe we'll see what they end up doing. So on the bottom right here, Raising Canes, they're in the first desert map where you get Etzel, who surprisingly did not get drafted.
Yeah, I was actually very surprised by that.
Yeah, so the thing is that Etzel was like considered to be the 4th staffer by the other 3 teams, but Raising Canes did not value Etzel in that way, because Etzel, I think, after, so in round 2 we had Yulia, Marisha, and then Wendell, and then
Yeah, and then later Nina and Frost.
yeah. So, but the 4th one on the other 3 teams, they would have taken, I think, Etzel there in that spot. Raising Cane's just, they said, hey, we can do Sirius as a bishop, and he comes earlier than Etzel. They didn't really value Etzel. They just wanted to pre-promote who they can reclass into bishop and start grinding staff rank.
This is one of the games where reclassing actually does make the game a lot more interesting. If you don't allow reclassing, I think the game becomes way more limited, and it basically becomes way more of a stat check.
Yeah.
In this case, there's some niche applications for flunky units to do stuff that they normally wouldn't be able to do because they have some weird reclassing shenanigans going on. Raising Cane's Luke doing well, is on low-ish HP. No damage. Is there any mage? Probably not. No, they are fine. Marth, of course, doing his duty, going towards every single chest that's necessary. There are 2 mostly overlapping, I believe it's like a meteor or something like that, and a swarm. Oh no, Bolganon exists, Meteor does not. Like, maybe it's 2 swarms, I can't remember exactly, but they are pretty hefty in dealing damage. So probably want to have a full health Luke and then pop a Pure Water. And there we go, we get the boots, very important of course.
Yes. And I think we're gonna see all
most important items.
Yeah, I think we're gonna see all players use the boots on Marth. Turns out when you need to season, you mostly need to walk your lord to the seas because of the staff movement rule. Turns out having more movement on your Caesar is kind of helpful. Also, we see Marth picking up the Capricorn in the bottom right of the desert map. We saw that in the bottom.
Useful.
Yep. I will say it is so contrived to me, like the MacGuffin hunt in this game, where it's like, well, first you need to get the star shards, but then the star shards are only 1. They all of them form one single sphere of the 5 spheres, which then combine with the 5. It was like this double layer of like, each star shard seems like this big deal, but it's all just for 1 sphere out of the 5.
Yeah, and in the end, it's actually like you probably want to have the star shards instead of the star sphere, which gives a +2 to all stats.
Yeah.
You'd probably just want a couple of specific star shards over the actual star sphere.
Yeah.
And here we see that for the Fleam team, also the boots, and of course after that, getting the Capricorn shard. And Marth and Fina are positioned in such a way that Marth can run up, use the boots, and then run a lot faster after he gets danced by Fina. Very useful placement there. And Raisin's Canes almost just has to go quickly to the village and then everything is just walking simulator for Marth. Katria on the Fleam team also very close to clearing the map. And let's see where Drafting in the Skies is going next. They're very close in the timer. Like, the timer is basically the same with Raising Canes.
Yeah.
So you can see how far these two teams are apart as soon as we're out of the prep menu, because currently that doesn't really show the map state.
Okay, and they are on the top. I'm sorry, in the bottom right, Raising Canes. They appear to be walking Marth to the seas. So I think they actually will just have their carry kill these heroes and pick up the Mercurius.
Yeah, I mean, you have to do something in the time that it takes for
Actually,
Marth
no,
to
that's
walk. Yeah, here we can see the difference. Timers are basically 2 seconds apart, and for one the map just started, and for the other the map is nearly ending.
Okay. Yeah, they're not gonna kill the hero. I think they will kill Astrum though for the Mercurius. Okay.
No, apparently not. Not
Okay.
this chapter.
Never mind.
yet.
So.
It seems like in the bottom left, Katria has chugged a Pure Water. I mean, she does have better res than the Cavaliers, but not by that much due to it being Arcanea. But she took hardly any damage. We do see someone walking with a staff, so maybe we'll see a rescue pull for the Fleeing team on Marth.
I think we will. I think we will. Yeah, that's the thing is, like, everybody allocated their staves differently, and I did mention this in our casting team Discord, or not Discord, group DM. I think it'd be really interesting to see the sum of best, but I don't think the sum of best could be combined into one run, because I think, you know, all the finite resources of all these staves.
For that.
Yeah, you would need the Hamurn to use the staves that many times in that many chapters. Like, for example, I think you get, like, I don't know the exact numbers, but let's say you get, like, 7 warp uses in the entire run, and then if you did the sum of best segments, I think you would use, like, 12 warps or something. So I don't think it would be really interesting to see what the actual quote-unquote optimal full thing would be. But on the bottom left here, we see the Fleam team. Marth visits the village to get Minerva, who I think is required for the ending. And so yoinked Marth's ass all the way back with the rescue staff. He'll seize here in a second, and they'll get out of this chapter.
Yeah. In the bottom right, we are seeing the Thief staff getting a Bullion L. We also see Merrick, who just unequips. And we actually have Luke becoming a sniper, because snipers, I believe, are able to water walk.
Yep.
And just the stats versus all these mages, a very strong unit. Was capped already in most important stats, strength, speed, skill, I believe, nearly in defense as a Draco Knight. But being able to get different caps and actually grab a couple of more stats that do persist when you reclass allows them to have better stats whenever you need to reclass into something that has higher caps than the Draco Knight. I really do like that the game has a couple of very important speed benchmarks, goodbye Merrick, that really do value the Swordmaster and the Horseman on higher difficulties,
Yes.
For example. A lot of classes are actually very important on different stages of the game, and swapping between Paladin and Draco Knight is probably the most well-known, but eventually the speed cap just becomes too important, so a lot of classes in the late game fall to the wayside on higher difficulties. In this case, they don't, and so we see a couple of uses for Sniper and other classes when use demands it to range good in this case.
Yeah, it is a good differentiator for classes to have, like, the infantry classes have access to, like, higher combat capability versus the mounted classes, like, you know, just being able to leverage their movement but then getting locked out of some really key stat benchmarks because of their lower caps. I do appreciate them when games do that, or just, it doesn't need to be that specifically, but it is one way to kind of help mitigate the advantage that in other games, high movement classes also having enough combat stats just simply outclass the infantry classes. I like it when games take initiative to have the trade-offs between the options there.
We just saw an unlucky crit for the Fleeing team in the bottom left. They had Sniper Iran and Draco Knight Katria, and in this case, it's probably a Shaver Tome or something like that. But Aran got crit, and he died, and they apparently still need him because Bishop is probably their staff usage. And in this case, that is very important.
Yes. Yeah, I believe that they will train Aran all the way up to C rank Stave, so... Looks like they're taking a break right now, so...
Yeah, in the top right we see Minerva just being recruited. Are we going to see a rescue yoink, or are we going to see Walking Simulator again? We do see Rhodey setting up for probably killing Astrum because they're waiting for him to spawn.
Yep.
However, in the meantime, Marth actually isn't moving, so I don't know if that was a slight mistake. Because they could have moved Marth in those couple of turns.
I think they might. We'll see if they end up doing rescue here. I think they might.
Yeah. Raisin's Canes just really quickly blitzed through the side mission. This is the side mission with Legion. It's very easy to see which one is the real one. If you reset the game and then hover an enemy and then press select, I believe you can swap not just between your own units in the unit list, but also your enemies in their order. So by switching, you actually are able to pinpoint which Legion is the first one in the list. It's always one of the upper section. I don't know if it's the middle one, but at least the two in the corners, and that way you can see which one you need to kill, and by killing the actual Legion, you clear the map.
Yeah, sometimes it does end up being the middle one, and the strategy there is just reset until you get one of the edge ones.
Yeah. We'll probably see it in just a moment. It's not going to take that long for the Fleam team in the bottom left. They're nearly done with the map. Yeah. We also saw Drafting in the Skies done with the desert map. They are just starting. So a slight time loss compared to Drafting in the Skies and Raisin Canes. Raisin Canes slightly ahead now. And front-facing Fiends, they are on Soulful Bridge, where they are walking forward. The AE Pier...
I will say,
they're going to...
top right, Drafting in the Skies to complete the desert. They did grab the Mercurius, and then they did rescue Marth, and he seized immediately, so...
Yeah. Elrine is dead, Thoron is given over, and there's the Ares Shard. Yeah, we're seeing the staff, the Thief Staff being used. In this case,
silent
just to grab the Silence. Yeah, this is not the first Silent Staff. Raisin Canes actually grabbed the Silent Staff, the Bullion, and there was one more. I can't remember. There's the Bullion.
They grabbed a
and
Physic.
The other one.
Raisin Canes grabbed a Physic. They didn't grab the Silencer, I think.
Yes, they did. They did grab the Silence
oh, okay.
as well.
Okay, so then they grabbed 3 things there.
Yeah. Okay, we do see for front-facing Fiends, they are walking Marth, but I did see a Thief still running away. Did they grab that Leo Shard yet? Also, exact lethal with Pala on George.
Mm-hmm. Not a lot of recruiting of your PFP.
Nope. That's okay. Okay, we're the Fleam team going into 10x. Okay, and front-facing Fiends, I hope they didn't miss the Leo Shard there. I'm sure they didn't, but I did see one Thief running away, and I'm just paranoid they missed it.
Because I really don't want someone to miss one of the shards. Do we do a sanity check at some point that everybody has all their shards? I meant to say something during the intro and I forgot. Because honestly, you actually just lose the entire event if you just get to chapter 20, you just don't have all this stuff. Well, you would know at chapter 14,
it
right?
becomes a DNF.
You can't DNF in this format though, because like it's the aggregate time.
You'd have to redo the entire race from your last like known save point that you have. Maybe there's like a midpoint save that you could go back to.
I will say, because like you need what is it? Chapter 14 is when if you have all the shards, it becomes the.
I think it is. And here we see once again, top right Legion, I refuse Roro in this case, and Catra dealing a massive blow, getting the map, and Marth was able to also get one Legion on the bottom side just for one extra level. There we have
I'd say
the second desert.
I will say, actually, during each team's next break, I'd say check in with each of them and be like, hey, just want to make sure you guys double check that you get all the star shards and everything. So can you go check in with Raising Canes and be like, hey, just we really don't want someone to lose over not having star shards. So
Yeah, I'll be right back. That was one. I'll check in with the others in just a moment.
okay.
And
Okay.
what have I missed in the meantime?
Nothing much. So bottom left here, Fleam Team's in Honoree's way, as is Raising Canes. So we'll see a direct comparison with them right now. I think, is this our first instance in the game where you see the Wyvern enemies, the
Yes.
the Feral Wyverns,
Yes,
as
this
I
is
like to
the-
call them.
Yeah, the Feral Wyverns, actual Wyverns, don't have any front legs. We also saw in the front-facing Fiends in the top left that they actually used a Thief Staff on the boots to convoy warp the boots towards Marth while
Yeah.
he's heading towards the Capricorn Shard. So slight differentiation. But Marth still has to do quite a bit of walking in the first desert map Sanctuary of Sorcery. And of course, there's a lot of goodies in the map that the Fleam Team and Raising Canes are currently in. And we'll see if they pick up any of them.
Okay, I'm gonna do a splits check here. What was the? Okay, so at the start of chapter, or at the end of, I'll start saying at the end. At the end of chapter 8, front-facing Fiends actually caught up a little bit more even against the lead, so they're slowly chipping away at this, at the lead here. So they were about 4.5 minutes back off the lead versus having been 5.5 at the start of chapter 7. So slowly level. Yeah. So all 4 teams at the end of chapter 8 at least were within. Oh, actually, wait a second. They actually went into 3rd place. Drafting in the
nice.
yeah. So Drafting in the Skies was in 4th at the end of chapter 8. So at that point, all teams were within 6 minutes of each other still, though. So super close race. We'll see if, because like a lot of the early game is kind of similar, and so as people start to use their staves in different ways, we'll start to see, I think, some ebbs and flows in the chapters. But maybe we'll see some absolute time saves overall, where teams, even without the staffs, found faster strategies.
Yeah, we're going to see a lot of differentiations where the staff uses are allocated, and that will speed up certain chapters for one team, whilst others are going to gain time in different chapters.
Yeah.
Currently looking around, I'm seeing mostly Marth doing some really solid combat for Raising Canes.
Yeah.
Taking out 1-round KOs on the fighters, or the barbarians, I should say. Having 2 mages, basically, just running around. Mages, of course, having very good movement in the desert. And in this case, Draco Knight Luke just being able to do flying around, killing most of the enemies. I'm very happy for the racers that the Wyverns in this case have 1 range, because on higher difficulties they actually get 1-2 range, and that's why the steel bow becomes so incredibly good on Lunatic and Lunatic Reverse. Being able to counter them, very important.
Yeah.
However, in this case we see Iran. I think that was a Shaver crit.
On
And-
Raising Cane's bottom right.
Yeah, and do we see a reset? I think we did
Oof.
just see a reset for the Fleeing team.
That is
So
tough.
that is going to take, that's going to take quite a bit of time for them.
That's the other source of ebbs and flows is resets. So I mean that's the main reason front-facing Fiends was behind in the first place, is because they had a few resets in the prologue. Now I think this is the first reset we've seen from any other team in any other chapter. Was this Fleeing team reset?
I think there were, no, they had a couple of, on chapter 6 there were some resets, I believe. But they are currently almost exactly tied. They're 30 seconds behind.
Who-
Just started the map. And
who had the
Drafting in
reset?
the Skies in the top right. I think it was the Fleeing team, but I'm not entirely sure, so don't quote me on it.
Okay.
But Drafting in the Skies and the Fleeing team basically neck and neck currently. They both are around 30 seconds apart, and they just both started the maps.
Yeah. Alright, so bottom right.
See a-
Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say bottom right, Raising Cane's launching in Luke to the around the Seas Gate area. The other thing here is picking up items in the desert. So why don't you explain how desert items works in FE12?
Oh, it's been a long time. I don't remember if they have 100% pickup rate. I think they do, and most of them are scattered close to the bones that you can see in the desert.
Yes.
A very nice touch to have the skulls. There are a couple of very important items here, but I wouldn't know them by heart. It's been too long since I've played the desert chapters here. I do remember that Jake has absolutely busted growths. He's like good bases and like one of the highest growth sets in the games,
Mhm.
and he's close to a very important item if I recall correctly.
Yeah, it looks like Raising Cane's picked up the Master Sword.
Yeah, which is basically a Brave Sword plus.
Yes. And then each team will pick up a number of stat boosters, which is a lot of the desert items are stat boosters. See, there's a secret book for Raising Canes as well. So,
Yeah, I'll go quickly to the hidden treasure. There's multiple. There were the caves in chapter 1 and chapter 7. In this case, there is a Draco Shield, a secret shop, Arm Scroll, Spirit Dust, Seraph Robe, Lady Sword, Speed Wings, Goddess Icon, Secret Book, Energy Drop, and in the far top left corner, an Elysian Whip, if you really want one of your Pegasus Knights to become a Falcon Knight. However, this one comes so late that Katria and Palo cannot wait for this promotion.
Yeah.
And of course, axes are very good, so why would they want to? If they need a higher speed cap, they can grab that from somewhere else in a different class.
also, a lot of I know on bottom right, Raising Canes, they were using this chapter to train up some axe rank for their carry. I did just see weapon level go up, because in this game, hand axes are actually D rank. So you do actually want to get at least to there. Oh,
Yeah,
here's
and
the
they
secret
actually
shop.
also are, yeah, and that's full of effective damage, and that's what we want. Why you would have a Wing Spear, which is Sida only here, and Rapiers, which are Marth only, very good question. Anna, what are you doing? However, Dragon Pikes, very good weapons to use.
Yeah, I think Raising Canes bought 3 Dragon Pikes and a hammer, and I think they also bought what you just mentioned. They bought a rapier, another rapier for Marth.
Yeah, Rapiers for Marth, actually good. Like, he needs his stats. He gets the +2, of course, from the Star Sphere eventually. But being able to just 1-round KO or 1-hit KO, even if you forge the might high enough, is very important. This Marth is a lot stronger and a lot more workable than the FE11 Marth that you see. And they just exit the chapter.
Nice. Very well done by Raising Canes. Raisin of Raising Canes fame. Alright,
However,
so
not using Kane. However, using Kane this chapter, probably just to stand on the fort and get some reinforcement blocking.
yeah.
And then probably going to die from some of the Wyverns that might aggro and try and go towards weaker units that are close enough that they are able to target them.
So
In
we
the bottom
see.
left, you can see
Go ahead.
the massive range from the Wyverns.
Yep.
They have even one more range when they get their 2-range ability. So yeah, these are just a massive threat, and you have to be able to take care of them. And with your limited movement for a lot of classes, that can be very tricky.
I was gonna say bottom right, Raising Canes. I know they had a strategy where they don't commit the stat boosters to someone like specific. It's just like, how are the carry stats doing? How are Marth stats doing? Who do we give the stat boosters to? And I think a few teams will replicate that type of strategy. This is just our first example, though, where they determined that Luke had all the stats, and they literally fed 6 or 5 stat boosters to Marth, because he does need to hit a number of benchmarks here. So.
Yeah. We see Maria being used by Drafting in the Skies, a very solid combat, being able to just fly all around the map. Not as good as Rhodey, of course, who also has basically all of the important stats capped, only defense, I believe, but skill, speed, and strength were all capped. However, once again, these caps will change when they reclass, and of course they can get 2 other caps in that case, and those personal level up stats will persist.
On the top left here, front-facing Fiends, I think I saw them forge plus 30 hit on a hand axe. So hopefully that saves them some time by definitely not missing stuff. And they're using it right now, actually. So.
Yeah, I also saw for Drafting in the Skies that in the top right that their Marth, currently level 16 or something like that, only has 13 strength. So I think the energy drop is definitely going to him.
My new
Lady
mystery
Sword
playlist
acquired.
ran out, and so it was playing like really calm music for like the credit music for a while. I didn't realize.
I mean, I've not been hearing music the entire time, so
Yeah.
for me it's basically trying to focus on 4 screens at once.
Yeah.
And I think the music for me would be distracting.
Yeah.
For Raising Canes, we do see indeed some of the characters just blocking the couple of forts, making a save point. This is a very tricky chapter. Just because of the way you have very limited movement, you have to walk on the bridge. Daros is here for some reason. The sail took him to the lava lakes, apparently. And now it's just trying to get the outcome you want. Barrier up Luke, and we'll see how far he goes. I think this is also one of the first moments in the race since like the exit of the prologue. That we have 3 teams in the same chapter, and then like there's Raising Canes is currently ahead.
Yeah, after Henri's way, I would love to see what all the splits are. But I guess I could check the chapter before that. Let me reload them and see where we're at here.
I do currently see Yulia is at C rank and like 80% the way to B rank. What else do we have? I see halfway E rank access for Rhodey, so if he does want to finally get some Axe rank in, he might be able to do that, but I think he's choosing Silver Lances the entire way through.
Yeah.
Don't know if they're going for the secret shop. They aren't killing Jake just yet. And the Fleeing team almost able to get out of the map. Level 20 Marv, 20 speed, 17 strength, looking just fine. He still has 10 more levels to grow, so I think he'll be okay with a couple of stat boosters, just for reliability's sake.
Bottom left, I wonder if Katria's stats here are causing issues, because she's not one-rounding everything that she's fighting.
We'll see probably in just a moment. Grabbing the Elysian Whip probably just for money.
Yeah.
Going for the extra reliability, probably trying to get the crit on the counterattack. Not this time, but Katria should be able to help out in this case. And indeed, trying to gain some Axe rank.
Yeah, actually, shockingly, at the end of Chapter 10, front-facing Fiends had recovered so much that they were actually in 2nd place. So they overtook the Fleam team. So front-facing Fiends, being fiends on the inputs, Jesus Christ, they are blazing fast after that start that they had. But we'll see if Raising Canes can continue holding them off. So at the end of Chapter 10, the standings would have been Raising Canes at 106, Front Facing Fiends at 110, Fleam Team and Drafting in the Skies both at 113.
Still all very close, but you really can notice that the Fleam Team that had that reset, that they lost quite a bit of time.
Yes.
They'll probably have been they probably fell a little bit more behind
Oh,
you
yes.
because that reset wasn't even calculated in those benchmarks that you just mentioned. We'll see if Raising Canes is going to be able to keep that lead of like 4 minutes. And now just in the top left, front-facing Fiends trying to get the last couple of items that they need before they tackle the leftmost quadrant. Good stats in Drafting in the Skies. That Wyvern should be able to be killed by Rhodey. Slight misclick.
Okay, in the bottom right here, what we see on Raising Canes is that you can avoid the reinforcement trigger by using a flying carry near the gate. So they just like snuck Luke up off of the flyer tiles, and they didn't have to block the forts yet because it doesn't actually trigger. But you can trigger all the enemies that are already there to move, and then you can launch into his C's here.
Just mending up Marth just in case.
Is Marth gonna have enough move with a dance here? No, I think it's just next turn.
The next turn.
Here we go. That is awesome strat there from Raising Canes. Really, really, really great strat. That
Boot
is
Marth
going to be a
value.
nomination for strat of the race here, which is a new award I came up with. They won the first one. They won the Phase 7 strat of the race with their Chapter 17.
Yeah,
Phase 7.
that was the highlight of the run.
Yeah.
For the Flame Team and also for Drafting in the Skies, Drafting in the Skies probably taking a break right now, so I'll go check in with them.
Okay. Alright, so we have a few different maps here. Bottom right here, Raising Canes, they're into the Ice Dragon map, Frozen Land. I think we're going to see a few different strategies on this map in particular. It all depends on how aggressive you want to go for the seas, basically.
Yeah, I never know how to tackle this map because everything comes charging at you from all directions. Going over the water just seems to always put you in a load of hurt. But it seems like they're going the right way in this case. It's a bit of a shame that we see the map. I really would like to see the staff ranks for their current bishop. I believe that's still Sirius. C rank acquired, so I think we're fine on that front.
On top left here, front facing Fiends, they're trying to rig a pal level here. They've reset like 3 times already.
It seems like they're going for a 4th.
What are
They
they
probably
looking
want
for?
speed.
Oh, God. It's getting worse and worse the more they reset.
Yeah, the Pala level, like as I said, speed growth for Pala, it is the bane of her existence. Her base is fantastic, her growth is not bad, but apparently atrocious enough that they really do want to force a rig here.
Yeah.
not coming up well.
Yeah, this reminds me a lot of Draft Relay 2025, where we had like really shitty levels in TLP on our lords. There we go. They're gonna keep
There
that,
we
right?
go.
They're gonna keep that.
Yeah.
Okay. Is their staffer gonna be okay? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, apparently that one is stationary. All the interesting things that you get to know about the game, which flyers are stationary. You'd expect feral dragons to just attack whatever's in their range, but apparently not.
Yeah. So, bottom right here, Raising Canes, we have them huddled up on the right corner, right bottom corner of that map, the frozen map. Looks like they're taking the approach of, let's like make it safe before we make our siege approach. So, and they're getting some levels, so that should be good. Their Marth,
Level 19
it's
with
looking
20
okay.
stats. Yeah, their Marth is just fine. Let's see if we also get the same strat out of the Fleam team. They currently are positioning Catria. Well, they were positioning Catria, but first they're going to Physic just outside of the actual bridge onto the lava tiles. Waiting out the reinforcements.
Looks like he's not 100%
And
sure.
I see front-facing fiends also taking a break, so I'm going to check in there as well.
Okay. They're gonna switch from. No, they're just taking a break. Okay. All right, so we've got three teams in in the Graveyard of Dragons. All right, on the bottom right here, Raising Canes, they're making their heist up into the Ice Dragons. They actually came from the right, which I don't think we'll see from any other team actually. But yeah, they should be able to get out of here. Nice combo kill with Marth into Luke, and we seize. Man, Raisins is blazing through these chapters. Jesus. I think they are increasing their lead.
So far, 3 teams have everything acquired, so nothing to worry about. What we saw was the Firestone thief running away.
Okay. Who have you yet had a chance to check in with? Was it the Fleam team hasn't switched yet?
Yeah, the Fleam team. But I have seen the Leo Shard and the Scorpio and Capricorn and Taurus. Like, I think they've got everything, but
yeah.
I'm not entirely sure, but should be okay.
All right, so I think you missed it, but Raising Canes I think is just like blazing right now through these chapters. They're picking up so much time save.
Yeah, this is one of the more interesting Fog of War maps in my opinion. It's very small scale, but there's so many ballistas that really becomes a puzzle. It's of course more fun if you know the game and have played it a little bit before. Otherwise it can be very frustrating just because you don't know what you're facing and you bump into stuff and there's ballistas everywhere. Like FE12 in general is just more fun the more I replay it. But I do get that hard one on your first playthrough blind is going to be very, very annoying.
Yeah.
But they seem to have a very good lay of the land in this case. Have memorized where they have to go.
Yeah, I think each team will.
And there goes Kleine, or Clarine as she's actually
I think it's
now
Clarice
localized.
in Hero. She's in
Clarice,
Heroes.
my bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so we've got. So one of the cool things about the Gena timer splits here, which I guess I can just send you the link to the splits. You can open it up in a tab on your browser. If you click a chapter, it orders the teams in like from fastest to slowest and how they did in the chapter. So Raising Cane's completed Henri's Way in 8:42. Next closest team was 11:42, then 13:50, then 14:36. Massive, massive difference maker.
That is a massive difference.
Henri's Way has been the differentiator so far.
Seems like desert maps are always going to be a pain point for a couple of teams.
As we once coined in FE7 when we said that Battle Before Dawn is the great equalizer. I guess Henri's Way is the great equalizer here. So, all right. Looks like bottom left here, Flame Team. They're not set up to do Seas Heist here. I think they're gonna.
Yeah, they've got Katria on the
bridge.
fort. And that's one too far forward. I think they got the reinforcements in this case.
I think those were the reinforcements, but I think we just missed it.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Drafting in the Skies on the top right, like slightly behind, but a couple of minutes ahead in the timer. They are hanging back quite a bit. I think that's Darrow's coming up. Don't think they need him. And that
Sorry, which team?
Pike is doing work. Drafting in the Skies in the top right.
Okay.
Oh, we get the mass sprint of enemies in Raising Canes in the top, or sorry, bottom right.
Yeah.
Basically, you aggro when you go into the hallway, and just all the thieves and all the mage dragons and ice dragons, they just come running in.
Yeah, I think we're gonna see also a very vastly different strats on this chapter 14 here. I think we're gonna actually see people use different classes for their carries. So
currently, it's Draco Knight Luke taking the first with a couple of forged hand axes.
Yeah,
Or at least one forged hand axe.
I'm sure he at least either has barrier or pure water up right now. Can't quite kill the ice dragons.
That is still a sizable amount of damage, though.
Yeah.
But I think that's the only 5 uses on the hand axe left.
Yeah, that's their. So they didn't want to face that poleaxe as a cavalry unit. Mend. Okay,
I wouldn't want to either.
Yeah. Yeah, so they're doing the. Yeah, they've camped out, and Luke will go back. This is really reminiscent of me of Raisins' strategy for the final boss of 3 Houses, Blue Lions, where you like go at the start of the turn you've engaged with the boss on enemy phase. You come back, you get healed, danced, and then you launch yourself back in there. That's very reminiscent of that strategy for me right now that Raisins came up with. All right, so the bottom left here, Flame Team has gotten into the Ice Dragon map. So we'll see what their approach is, because Raisins went all the way up to the right, up, and then cut back to the middle. So he used the bridges actually.
Waited out all the reinforcements. And we're seeing a couple of shards being placed onto Katria. No forged javelins. Pisces obtained for Drafting in the Skies in the top right. Very nice. That is the last shard that they need. And the map is basically empty other than...
They did not block. They did not block those forts at the start there. It seems like.
No, but it doesn't seem like they need it.
Yeah, it looks like they. We'll see what they do at the top here.
Yeah, they do need to move all their units, because otherwise they are going to be picked off just before Marv is going to be able to seize.
Yeah, Ardaro is blocking a fort, so they're clearly trying to block the forts here. Are they gonna go?
It seems like the Flame Team has chosen to just bunga all the way through the middle, they have crossed the river.
Yeah. I think this is
and
actually
that is
quite
Drafting in
fast.
Disguise. Yeah, it seems to be the way. It's also Catra barely surviving. But I think it's only the Ice Dragon, and after that she's
Oh, they must have
relatively
forgot
safe.
something.
Another reset that's going to take, like, small resets, but
Yeah.
that is going to take time and time away.
Yeah, this
And
is
meanwhile,
one
Racing
where...
Stains got the Star Sphere and the Light Sphere. And there goes Goto.
Nice. Bottom left, Fleam team, I think their strategy... I think their strategy would end up being faster overall if they didn't have the reset. I guess we'll see what happens, because they have the reset, so...
Yeah. We're leaving Tiki asleep. Nice dance for Marth, rescue use, and we can seize immediately. We don't need...
Well, they're going to get both chests.
First we take the Talisman,
He
apparently.
values both chests, actually, so... Bye, Zane. In another life. To answer a question from chat, how long does a run like this usually take? I'm expecting finish times... I think we could see a sub 3 hour time from the winner. We'll see. But yeah, like 3 hours plus or minus 20 minutes, I think is kind of what I'm expecting.
We also see Drafting in Disguise in the top right, basically the same place as the Fleam team.
Yeah.
6 minutes ahead. They are also cutting through the middle.
Yeah.
And we're going to see 2 Draco Knights, Dragon Pike, 34 damage. That's not enough, but if they only have 1 Ice Dragon to fight, I think they should be fine.
Yeah. I think, yeah, the thing that they can do here that other teams can't is because they have a true secondary that's actually strong enough to contribute. They can just like plow ahead through the middle like really, really fast. So I wouldn't be surprised if their strat was actually the fastest on this chapter.
It certainly seems to look like it, though with these Wyverns, Marv just barely not able to make it. They do need to kill, yeah, one-shotting with Minerva.
And they're
if
also going to
Minerva's
one-shot
able
with
to take-
Rhodey as well.
Yeah,
They're
as long
4
as
Dragon
Minerva's
Pikes.
able to take 2 Wyvern attacks, she should be fine. Rhodey will have to tank a couple of attacks, but he's probably pure watered. She does live 1-hit KO the Wyverns in response. And we see how much smoother this is going compared to the Fleam team in the bottom left.
Yeah.
In the bottom right, however, we have warped all the way back to Altea. This map, of course, one of the best pieces of writing in FE11 after Marth gets his throne back. I am a prince before I am a brother and a son, if I recall correctly. Goes incredibly hard, Star and Savior, very good writing. FE11 has good writing in general, even if it's very bare bones, because there's no supports and base conversation, stuff like that. But just what little there is actually really good.
Yeah. I'm going to draw our attention back up top right here as we see a Seas coming and Drafting in the Skies. I mean, that's the fastest clear of that chapter. And again, that completely leveraged their secondary role, which they had. No one else actually had a true secondary. Okay, yeah, so
Minerva actually providing real value here.
yeah. So that, I mean, if you were gonna have a secondary, that chapter and that strat would be, maybe that's exactly why you have one. Bottom right here, yeah. To come back to what you're saying, so chapter 15, I think we're gonna see actually 2 main ways to do this. We're gonna see teams that go to the left, and we're gonna see teams that go to the right. So we'll see which approach ends up being faster. Looks like Raising Canes is taking the left approach, and I think we'll see a right approach from other teams. But Dolph there he's force deployed. He's not free, but you can use him as a meat shield. That is allowed. So
yeah, and he is going to at least grant a little bit of a delay for those paladins.
it looks like they
It
sent
still
Luke
feels
back.
for front-facing Fiends, it still feels like they're very much behind because they're just now starting to exit chapter 12. They
Yeah.
still need to do chapter 13. but their timer is just miles and miles behind compared to the others. So they actually have plenty of time to make up what seems to be a very big deficit.
Yes.
They're in a very commanding position, even though they're actually behind on gameplay.
Yeah, they've taken by far the most break time. They've taken nearly half their break time, 26 minutes. Okay, so now they're in the Frozen Dragon chapter as well. So let's see if we can get these splits updated, actually.
Yeah, we've got just now the Fleam team coming up with the Seas. As you could see, considerably slower compared to Drafting in the Skies, even with the same strategy.
Yeah.
And now we are going into the White Dream, or the White Darkness, sorry.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so unsurprisingly, Raising Cane's did have the fastest Graveyard of Dragons, Chapter 12. But it was only 15 seconds, 20 seconds faster than Front-Facing Fiends, even though Front-Facing Fiends did face the reinforcements at the Seas. But maybe that was the exact difference, actually. So standings after Chapter 12 are Raising Cane's in first place with a 124. In second place, Front-Facing Fiends with a 131. So that's a 7-minute difference off the lead. Then in third place would have been Drafting in the Skies with a 137. So that is a 13-minute difference off the lead. And then in fourth place would have been the Fleam team with a 140. So that would have been a 16-minute off. So still within 16 minutes as of Chapter 12. So we'll see what keep ends up happening in terms of how the time splits progress, and if we see any ebb and flow or cut into Raising Cane's lead here.
Yeah, we will see that like the times are fluctuating a lot more. We also just saw Drafting in the Skies in the top right promoting Yulia. But there's still a lot that can happen, but currently Raising Cane's in a commanding lead. Also another reset for the Fleam team. Apparently something didn't entirely work out on the White Darkness. Now Drafting in the Skies going into the Tiki chapter. Everyone should have their Star Sphere ready to go.
Okay, so again, to my surprise, I actually stand corrected. On Chapter 13, the Ice Dragon chapter, Raising Cane's had the fastest clear by 20 seconds over Drafting in the Skies.
Really now?
Yeah. I wonder, because it did seem like... Yeah, we'll have to watch it back, but I think it might have been due to preps, maybe. Maybe it was preps of setting up the pikes and stuff like that, or...
Yeah, the execution definitely seemed faster for Drafting in the Skies.
But yeah, map execution is only part of a chapter split. The prep menu is the other part, so maybe simpler preps for Raising Cane's let them get out of that chapter a little bit faster.
Their convoy currently is basically just javelins and master seals, so that does check out. Not much to worry about there.
Top right, I'm going to draw our attention to Drafting in the Skies. They are fielding General. That's right, General Rhodey, who doesn't need to go back and heal, just launches himself in there and is ready to take on every single dragon that there is.
With 1 Pure Water and that much HP, he should be able to shrug off those Dark Mages as well. Now Chapter 16 already, Reclaim the Capital. Is there any cool loot that we want here? It's very much out of the way, except for that Geosphere. But the actual treasure room, is there any loot that we want from that room that a Thief's Staff might be able to unlock?
We'll get to that. I'll answer your question 1 second. I just want to quickly finish off top right here. Rhodey actually just ran in between every single enemy. And is just one-rounding everybody and killed the Ice Dragons really quickly. So he'll survive that, no issue. To wrap back, or actually, and to close that off, it's a very different strategy than Raisin Canes' Wyvern go in, come back and heal, go back in, come back and heal, go back in. So maybe a case where at least this part of the map, having the stats despite the movement disadvantage actually just is a stronger play, at least for that part of the map.
Yeah, and after that, the map is very sparsely populated. You only need to move towards the left side. We can ignore Tiki, except Drafting in the Skies has her drafted, so they will probably pick her up. But that still means not that many enemies, 3 of them on each side. You don't need to do much for that. Most units by now can survive that. So after that, it's basically just running Marth around, rescuing. And Marth has such... he has so many turns that he has to move full move that being a general doesn't really have a big deficit in the movement department in this case.
And before we circle back to Raisin Canes, real quickly, bottom left, the Fleam team, they're in the Dragon Temple basically as well, and they're fielding Paladin Catria. So that's our third different class that we're seeing on a carry in this chapter. But then finally circling back to the bottom right, Raisin Canes, they're setting up outside of the throne room here, and we're going to pop some Thief Staves on these chests, so we'll get your answer here, Sal. We've got the large bullion. I think they'll pop at least one more Thief Staff. They're setting up to run into the throne room. All right, so we have the carry taking siege. We have the flunkies and staffers taking siege, but Luke's in the choke point.
Soldiers at this point in the game aren't that threatening. Also going to front-facing Fiends, they are also moving up straight through the middle.
Yep.
In this case with Pala. I think she may have needed that point of speed for a benchmark here.
Yeah.
I do remember that this is around the point in the game where being a Draco Knight starts doubling or stops doubling most enemies unless you get the Star Sphere, and then you keep going for a few more chapters. But after that, many of the enemies start having slightly too much speed.
Yeah. That was a great seize and cleared by front-facing Fiends. Bottom right, Raisin Canes. I'm going to draw a little bit more attention to their strat here. We're going to see a few different strats with Throne Room in 16. So their strat is basically carry in the doorway, and I think they're going to launch into a seize.
Kill the boss and then probably rescue seize with Marth.
So we had 2 enemy phases of the carry, one rounding everything in the Throne Room.
No,
but they're
just regular dance.
Yeah, but they're going to get
Marth,
out of here
of
with
course,
the
having
dance
enough
here.
movement.
Cool. All right. Good job, Raisin Canes.
By now we also see Paladin Catra. She's on 15 HP, but no damage from the Thieves. And of course the extra +6 resistance compared to the Draco Knight class that you get from Paladin is a massive boon in this case.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I'm gonna need to take a quick break to use the bathroom, and I need to go grab a little sustenance. So,
Yeah,
but
no problem.
yeah, you got this. Okay, cool.
Yeah, we see 4 different chapters by now. We see in Raisin Canes in the bottom, Pure Watered up and then taking care of one of the snipers immediately. There's a couple of flunkies here, probably just to block some of the forts. And now we see everything basically suiciding into Luke, who has enough of the bulk, +9 resistance and +2 to all of his stats due to the Star Sphere. That's just vacuuming up every single thing. Drafting in the Skies, one screen above. Also going through just the start of the map has moved Rhodey into the right side of the map, taking on the entire group of enemies there as well. Also just being a vacuum, being able to target 2 of the islands, the island with all the enemies to the right, but also a couple of mages and snipers to the left. So that means that they're probably going to take the right hand side, Seeing another reset on the Fleam team, and we see 4 front-facing Fiends in the top left nearly finished with 13x. So they are basically neck and neck with the Fleam team in chapter count. However, they have a 17-minute lead. Even no damage, so that does seem like a Feely Shield or Delphi Shield on Rhodey. Otherwise he would be taking effective damage from the Horseman for the drafting in the skies. Currently looking to be exactly in the same timer. Both 152, the seconds are nearly identical. You can see one is at chapter 17, the other is at chapter 15. That is a big difference. They have a massive lead. Chapter 16, not the longest in the game. However, you still have 2 enemy phases with your choke point carry. If you don't do that strat, you probably have to burn a couple of uses. Meanwhile, Raising Cane's going into the map where you can just ignore the soldiers. Otherwise, you could draft Shima and Samson here. There's a couple of characters that they're both drafted. If I recall, I thought Shima was drafted, but I can't find her on the sheet. She's probably one of the last ones that's currently not listed. But Samson is, so the Fleam team will eventually see that happening. Trying to ignore the soldiers, otherwise they will not be recruitable. We also see for Raising Canes on the bottom right, Marv taking a big chunk and Luke going all the way to the right, taking a couple of enemies, and then the reinforcements will be coming from the left. After that, can probably just move on straight through the middle. This is not the hardest chapter. It's basically story tied in with a lot of enemies being just the weak soldiers. Grab being decimated by their previous war, so they don't really have that much to offer in the fighting capabilities. In the top right, we see Rhodey just killed the boss. Now it's just a matter of getting Marv there. We see a lot of thieves running around, but there's one choke point being taken. And from here, yep, there we go. Grab the Armor Slayer probably, or the Apier, and kill. Yeah, nice one round, even with a crit. And that is Est freed. Going now to front-facing Fiends, we actually have a Draco Knight again. So we've got one General, one Paladin, and one Draco Knight. Sorry, 2 Draco Knights. Luke and Pala in this case. Pala is low HP, but I think she is fine by now. She can dip out, get healed, danced, and back in again to get the second wave of enemies. Katria in the Fleam team, almost done. Just killed one of the Dark Mages, 2 Thieves remain. Maybe it's 1 11th sword, 2 11th swords, that shouldn't be too much of a problem. She has the rest for it. And then it should be able to just be walking in easily and grabbing what you need. In the bottom right, we see Grass setting Sun. Raising Cane's nearly at the door. As I said, very easy to walk through the middle. Just going to wait. And there we go. Open the door. Place Luke inside. Choke the point. Oh, there we go. Choke the point. And from down out, it should be easy to just clean up the last couple of enemies in the throne room. I do think all of their bishops, etc. are outside of the attack range. And if not, they can otherwise just hole up into that little entry hall, place Marth on one side, place Luke on the other side, should be just fine. Yeah, their bishop, we can see it now. Actually grabbing an Iron Axe, both on low uses, but this should be enough. There should be, yeah, Marv should be able to pick up 2 kills. For the Fleam team, we have Katria running up the left-hand side. Zane running all the way to the left for the front-facing Fiends. They don't want him to die, apparently. And we will see our second Star and Light Sphere coming up right now. And then the third coming afterwards for both left screens. Nice healing, a couple of barriers for the White Wing sisters. Rhodey They're, for drafting in the skies, nearly entering the chapter 16. Let's see what they have to offer. Are they going to do a different strat or also choke the point? And yes, we eventually did get the Shima recruitment and then also Samson for Raising Canes. Samson actually having pretty decent stats and a C's 157 basically going into chapter, what was it? Chapter 18, chapter 19, chapter 18, I believe. What do we have left? Marv grabbing the Sword Slayer actually for the Fleam team. Should be able to be pulled up momentarily. Special rescue, last rescue staff in this case. Oh, not just yet. Deciding one more turn. And that's the end of Zane. Yeah, Raising Kings in the Battle of the Pass. They have now gone into chapter 18. The first thing you want to do is move Marv to the west, visit the village so that the king is going to order all the troops to retreat. Should make the map a lot more easy. And meanwhile have your carry unit just clear the way on the right hand side. They are still very much with the Star Sphere able to just kill most enemies. Mow down the generals, then pick off the ballisticians. Should be easy to grab them with that forged hammer. On the left hand side we see Pala. Has Marth already been rescued? Grabbing one, grabbing two. The Fleam team just getting out. Now it's just waiting for front facing Fiends. However, still a massive 17-minute difference and basically being in the same part of the map. They are actually not using the rescue and just moving Marth around. This is the end of Zane as well. And drafting in the skies, grabbing the Bullion. Also nice amount of change. And we have Raising Canes grabbing the Life Sphere. Now all the enemies should be retreating, otherwise, yeah, there we go. That would be very difficult for Marv to move through otherwise. In this case, all the paladins, all the horsemen will be moving away. He should have clear access. If there was a place to put a rescue staff, this would be it, except for the fact that there are just so many swarm bishops and ballisticians that it's very hard for the carry to kill all of them in time. Otherwise, this would have been a prime place to place your rescue staff. But in this case, it's just so many siege tomes that you have to take a while to kill. And in this case, we can dance. Grab that ballistician, make sure that Fina is safe, and then next turn Marth can seize. Very good benchmarks. 42 damage, able to exactly kill the boss. And they are out in 1, 2, 3. For drafting in the skies, we see something different happening. They took a different approach, killed a couple of units. Now they don't have the point choked. They have actually their 3 swaps at the same time. It's hardly believable, but will we see the last one coming up once drafting in the skies actually manages to finish the chapter? We will see in just a moment. Sniper coming in. I believe that is Sniper Rhodey. Fina living just barely, but enough HP. Goodbye, Ubello. It's been an honor. And there goes McKellen. Very nice. Next turn, probably going to be a dance and Marth able to move forward and then seize after Sniper is able to... Ooh, is that not too far for Fina? 1, 2, 3, 4. Otherwise, they'll seize next turn. Should be okay. Using the silence, very nice use. Able to keep Fina safe in this case. Being able to block all the ranged attacks, all the meteors and swarm tomes. And with that, that is going to be the end. As soon as they get a couple of final kills, Marth will be able to seize in just a moment. grabbing
Alright.
some physics staves. Very nice.
I'm temporarily back. I was listening to the call. You did a great job. I need to adjust some team things here, I see.
Yeah, there are multiple switches going on.
Yes.
Let's see if all teams are actually switching.
They are! We
They
did
are.
it!
Oh, just barely. There's one team that's
I had
nearly
I had
starting
all
again.
4 at the same time on stream at one time, so we did have all 4. That's
Yeah,
hilarious.
we count those. And a very nice, we saw the first silent staff in action, keeping Fina safe. Very
Yes.
good use there.
I'm gonna ping everybody.
Well, I think with switching racers for all 4, I think that means we have our small break as well.
Yeah.
I hope everyone's been enjoying so far. I'm going to quickly reload and let's take a look. The last chapters that were done were chapter 14, so we can take a look there, see what the standings are. First team drafting in the skies, Raising Cane's front-facing fiends, and the Fleam team. I can see that chapter 14, and then we have drafting in the skies in 149.55, Raising Cane's in 138.10, then 147 for the front-facing fiends, so slightly 2 minutes ahead of drafting in the skies, and 204.15 for the Fleam team. So they are currently, let's see, that's almost half an hour behind Raising Cane's. The gap is widening by a significant margin. My poor Katria and George team, but in this case, well deserved by Raising Cane's.
Okay, Loudheart is gonna be Raising Cane's last racer, so we'll see if he can take them home. I think Luke's is switching to Hughes, actually. Alright, so I'll get you started here. Bottom left here, Flame Team, Chapter 15. I believe this is a team that we're actually going to see take the right route through the map, through the Est room.
Yeah, I will be back in just a moment, so this time it's on you.
Okay. Let me adjust the Flame Team screen share here. There we go. Okay. Yeah, so we see Draco Knight, Catria through the middle, and there goes Marth to the right side. Yo, we're gonna save Est, are we? What? We'll see. Okay, I need to adjust Mecha's setup as well, I see. Trying to adjust this.
Okay, there we are again. Had to look at my... I wasn't actually gone, but I just had to look at my other screen for a
Yep.
moment, so I couldn't focus on the race.
No problem. Welcome back. I did not get to eat my meal because I warmed it up and then I ran back once I saw people were switching, and so I was like, I gotta switch everything. But yeah, what the hell's going on here? Oh, I see what's happening.
I mean, I luckily got... my lovely wife managed to get me a cup of tea, so I'm still hydrated.
Nice.
I also had, from earlier today, I bought some brownies. Didn't have time to make them myself. I do love me some good homemade brownies, but these are decent enough as well, with some nice chocolate chips inside them. So I had my sugar and energy for the rest of the stream.
Nice.
So I'm good.
Shouts to the missus. She's the real MVP.
She's the real MVP. Also managed to get the boy to sleep, so...
Nice. Super helpful.
Yeah, it was a great day. We had, as I said, we had D&D, so also the real MVP was actually Grandma in this case, managing to keep the boy occupied while we were gone. And from there on out, she took care of him when we got home. Been a busy day for me, DMing and then commentating. So I hope tomorrow I'll spend some quality time with the little tyke.
Yeah, that is really nice.
Now, which screen do you actually have to focus on? Because there's a lot going on.
Yeah,
I
well,
see,
bottom left, I'll cue you
General's
up here.
taking the point.
Bottom left, they went through the Est room. They did save Est. Catria went on the middle island, just roasted everybody. So they're not blocking the reinforcements on the top left here, which is what I think other people prioritized. But they
actually, Drafting in the Skies also went to the right side, managed to place Rhodey on a tile that also grabbed a couple of mages and I believe a sniper or two from the middle island, while they were taking out all the horsemen and generals and paladins on the eastern side. So pretty similar strat towards what the Fleam team is currently doing.
Okay, yeah, I did think there were two of them. I couldn't remember who the second one was, but so yeah, so we'll see which way ends up being faster, left side or right side. So, but I will leave it to you for just a little bit longer.
Yeah, no problem. We are also seeing front-facing fiends. They are seemingly going for a different approach, leaving one of their Draco Knights to deal with all the enemies on the east side and then basically keeping everyone out of range, and seems like they are taking the left-hand approach. So we've got a 50-50 split. Meanwhile, we have Drafting in the Skies walking through the middle of Grass Setting Sun. In this case, once again, not the most interesting map, also having Rhodey on the top left side taking care of some of the dragons, but not as far forward as Raising Canes had. In this case, might be that they are going to fly back through the middle. We also have, speaking of Raising Canes, in the bottom left, or bottom right, apologies, they just started the final battle, which is not actually the final battle, but this map, of course, I have a bone to pick with this map, just design-wise and mostly geographically. This makes no sense. But as a fortified location for your capital, yeah, that seems like a pretty good place to place it. Pretty good place to put it. But it does mean that we have a lot more walking simulator. Luke, of course, statted out of his mind, able to take all of these enemies with ease, and Marth basically just hanging back until he can walk safely all the way towards the Sea's Point. It's the Coyotes' men. They have returned, and in the meantime we have the Fleam team. Let's see what their approach is for the throne room. We have seen two approaches so far. We've seen trying to just enemy phase 2 times, also sending a paladin for the Geosphere, of course. And then what are they going to do? Are they also going to grab the Bullion? No, Violent, don't kill yourself on Marth. It's all the experience he needs. Level 27, very good for Raising Canes. 24 strength, 25 speed. Marth seems ready for endgame. This is, of course, hard won, so we don't have to worry about Marth getting doubled on the final couple of maps by Medeus, etc, etc. He is a very chunky boy in this case. Very good stats, though not as good as FE1 Marth obviously is. For the Fleam team, we finally also see Marisha being able to get her promotion. Yulia for Drafting in the Skies already had this for quite a while. We'll see if she actually promotes. The extra movement, of course, and the staff rank should be very useful. Front-facing Fiends still taking the left-hand side. They are moving Mar forward. He seems to be also in a good place stat-wise. Didn't catch his stats exactly. Pala, however, capped stats for strength, skill, and speed should be definitely okay. Able to take out a couple of those generals, and we'll see how it goes for the rest. I think we're seeing the bishop. Who was that? That was, yeah, Wendell going forwards. They're going to block those reinforcements. That will save, of course, a little bit of time for the movement of the enemies. And I think for the Fleam team, we see someone standing in front of the door. That is enemy phasing as well. They have had their first enemy phase already. They'll probably just attack someone, heal, and then move the healer out of the way so that they don't take any extra damage. Oh, maybe not. Dancing for someone else. They are just going to barge in, take a couple of hits, and hope that Katria is able to survive the siege tomes that are going on. They also do still have the silent staff, so we'll see if that gets used. Oh, slight lag for Drafting in the Skies. Seems fine now. Battle of the Past, you do want to get the life sphere here. Meanwhile, Raising Cane's fortifies coming in from the enemy bishops. Marth, however, just needs to run a little bit forward. And meanwhile, Luke is killing everything while he's on the fort. He should be able to take care of the central area around the capital in no time. Let's see, what do we have left? Front-facing Fiends in the top left, Walking Simulator. Everything is nice and cleared out except for a couple of reinforcements that come from the forts. And now I think we should be seeing the Fleam team getting there. Can they have Marth reach the seize point? They're looking at what they need to do. Need to heal, then probably move Marth around. Dance with Fina. And I did just see something there in Raising Cane's very briefly. They have trained Luke so much in axe rank that he's actually able to use the Autoclair. That is the best axe in the game. And he seems to be making good use of it. Misses for Marth. The Fleam team, they're out. Next chapter, 16x. It's time for Katarina. Let's see how they are going to attempt this chapter. Probably burying up Katarina and then killing one of the snipers, just as we saw with Raising Canes. For Drafting in the Skies, the village was visited. Marth manages to get to the King of Aurelis, get the life sphere. Meanwhile, Rhodey killing every single enemy that we have. And after that, it is going to be either Walking Simulator or, in this case, 5 rescue staves left. They are saving those rescue staves for big time saves at the end of the map. There we go, that's what I was talking about. Apparently it is possible. Not too many siege tomes and not too many ballisticians. We actually were able to get a very nice clear. And also going into the final battle in this case. Which, once again, it's not the final battle, but a very fitting name for the actual war, because after this it's basically going to be not just the war with Arcanea, but fighting the evil cult that's all behind all the evil shenanigans that have been going on. For the Fleam team, we do actually see Katria moving in as a paladin instead of a Draco-Knight, just going in, taking out Katarina immediately. Katarina, I think I messed those up, but you all know what I was talking about. Katria able to take out most of the enemies. Good dodge there, otherwise she might have been in trouble with the snipers. Yeah, taking 7 damage. As long as those Swordmasters cannot do too much damage. 5 HP, cutting it close. We'll see if they get a reset here. I think that might be a reset because 1 HP seems very dicey. That is the end of Katarina and they have to take one more attempt at that. Seems like they need 2 dodges and they only got 1. Sorry about that. Going to the front-facing fiends in the top left. The door is about to be opened. Are they going to have a different strategy? We see the pure water, and I think we're going to see tanking Pala. Aran able to get the geosphere after a couple of attacks. He will be able to just use his silver lance, and here is Dorky Ryan in one turn. Come on, Ryan, you can do it. Open the door. Oh, there we go. We see Katria actually getting a couple of stat boosters. Going into Sniper this time. Just to raise those caps, being able to get those stat boosters. Ratio level doesn't do anything for when she's in a Paladin class. Still capped at 25. However, with this, maybe she has slightly more avoid and can just get that one extra dodge that she needs. Volzin in front-facing fiends. Ryan is dead. And now it is McKellen taking a couple of hits from the siege tomes, and Pala is going to clean up. I think we're also seeing the drafting in the skies almost ready to go. Raising Canes barreling through chapter 20. Dark Emperor, they are almost at the halfway point of the palace. No, that's not true. They just got through the entrance, nearly 1/3 of the way. This time there's no big group of enemy or of player units in the prison. I don't know why they've got the enemies in the prison, however. Maybe just a nice callback. But in this case, they are setting up, and are we going to see a couple of warps? Maybe some rescue uses? How are they going to tackle this map? It seems that the Katria for the Fleeing team managed to not get a second reset. They are out, chapter 17. And there we go, Pala for the fourth front-facing fiends, able to kill the boss. Marth moving slightly forward. Yeah, they should have the range. Fina dancing, and that is a seize. They are not grabbing the extra physics staves. And they're out. As we can see, still Fleeing team front-facing fiends very close together, but once again those timers basically 20 minutes apart. So keep that in mind. We're still at the setup point for Raising Canes. I missed what they were doing, but the formation changed slightly. They are using barrier, probably, yeah, there we go. Weapon rank was raised, so that's probably what they were waiting for. And are we going to see some warp strats in that case? Oh, I think I know what this is. Is this, let me check the chapters. Are they waiting for either reinforcements, or are they waiting for the turns to skip a couple of the guidance?
I'm back.
Let's see. Hello, Justin. Welcome back.
Yep.
You can probably tell me this. We currently have Raising Canes. They are spamming end turn. They just used Barrier Staff to raise the staff rank of Sirius.
Yes.
I think to B rank. And are they now spamming end turn to be able to skip chapter 20X? Is
Yes.
that a chapter?
Yes. Yeah, I think we'll see all teams actually skip 20X, actually.
Yeah, I couldn't remember if it was 19X or 20X, but this seems to be a very good place to, in that case, be trying to spam end turn. As long as there's no reinforcements and no one is coming your way.
Yeah. How did the, I didn't quite catch it, how did the front-facing fiends chapter 16 go? Did they dive in there for a quick clear?
Yeah, they had Pala. They had Ryan open the door, then sacrifice himself. I'm very glad to see that happen. Don't like that little kid.
Screw that little fucker.
And yeah, exactly. Just in the DM, we had one of the players said, like, kick the kids. So in this case, Ryan got kicked towards the bench. But then Pala basically enemy faced, and they were able to get the kill on Volzin, and then Dance Marth run up. They didn't bother for silencing or grabbing any of the physics staves, just seized immediately with Marth.
Mm-hmm.
There was Drafting in the Skies, I believe, did take a different approach with Chapter 18, where after they got the Life Sphere with Marth, Raising Canes actually walked Marth all the way towards the Seize Point, and they used one of their 5 remaining rescue uses.
Drafting in the Skies did, yeah.
Yes.
So here
and now we see Raising Canes, they are going for a save point with Iran, and then probably going for a couple of very risky plays, placing Luke next to a couple of enemies at the other side of the wall.
Yep. So we do see that they have they're getting a few chests
and get
here.
the again staff, very important.
Yes. We do see that they have the reinforcements from behind here, so at some point they may need to deal with those, but at the very least we'll see the reinforcements moving closer towards them.
Yeah, but we also see
lots of reinforcements.
Yep. And Midia is now in danger.
07's in the chat for Midia.
Also, chat, be aware the new staff, or again staff in this patch, it's not like FE3 where it actually refreshes your entire army. This one is just one person. I mean, you thought that FE4 refreshers Raphael and transformed Raisin were broken? No, that staff is the best dancer in the game.
We had a bit of the an explanation of that from like an inverse perspective, where it was actually Cool Nate who was streaming the Raising Cane's perspective. He was like, yeah, he's like, whoa, because he had never played FE3 or FE12. Actually, let me shut up for a second while Raising Cane's is actually fighting Harden right now with a Brave Lance
they had a
on
really
their
cool
Paladin carry.
strat. They actually had Luke in front of the door, so they wanted to remove Luke without wasting his action. So they actually used the Warp Staff. Oh, nice crit on the Brave Lance.
That's great.
Very nice.
That's really nice.
But from there, they were actually able to warp him one tile, so that Marth was able to grab the Master Key, open the door. Fortify's going crazy. And that allowed him to actually go and place himself next to Hardin a turn earlier than otherwise possible.
Yeah.
Very, very slight warp, still good tech to use.
So Life Sphere brings Luke back to full, and he'll finish the job here, maybe.
Well, no crit.
They might again him here.
Probably.
Or they're gonna warp their dancer.
That also works.
Yeah.
That is basically also an again staff.
Nice
we do
finish.
currently see that.
Nice.
Yes, very nice. And then seizing poor Hardin. Tragic villain. And the Gradivus, and of course the Dark Sphere. In the meantime, the Life Sphere is grabbed by the Fleeing team, who have managed to get a small lead compared to where they were with front-facing Fiends. They were basically neck and neck the entire time on screen, but now they have the Life Sphere, whilst front-facing Fiends is still in Chapter 17, but they shall be out momentarily. It's not one of the most difficult chapters. As said before, many soldiers, it's got a lot of Ludo narrative compared to a lot of the other chapters.
Okay, so bottom right, Raising Cane's is into the first chapter of the True Ending route. They have completed the Binding Shield, and now they will get to go take on Garnif and Medius eventually, but right now they need to take care of a generic sorcerer on a throne.
It seems that way.
Yeah.
One of the cultists, Marth, of course, now has the +2 stats locked to him. This means that Luke has actually gotten quite a dip in his combat prowess. Those 2+ strength, speed, and defense make a big difference. Even the luck and skill are very important just for reliability's sake. In this case, as we enter late game, the enemies are getting stronger, and in the meantime, he just got a little bit weaker. So those caps for certain classes are going to matter more and more. We see for the Fleeing team on the bottom left, Marth being warped, or rather rescued, taking out one of the bishops, and not being in range of one of the ballistas. She should be able to survive easily, and then Katria survives.
We'll see if she's
Takes the
okay.
hammer.
Okay. Oh, thank God.
And
Joshua
we see-
hesitated for a while before deciding what to do with Katria, and she's definitely was at a lower HP than he had been used to.
Yeah, she actually died once on chapter 16X, so they had to reset there. She got to 1 HP and there was one Swordmaster left.
That is unfortunate.
That was unfortunate.
Yeah.
We
I'd be
see big Dragon Pike forges coming through for Raising Canes. That is where the effective damage comes through. This is one of the biggest maps, especially if you have to do all kinds of weird stuff to get every single unit. If you want Michaelis, if you want to place LTCs with full recruitment. This is one of those chapters where warping units around, using the Against staff, the rescue staff, very fun to play around with, because you want to get that very far village in the top right, but then also go back down to the bottom right, basically for the seize point.
Yeah.
I love this map. It also just looks gorgeous, but it is one hell of a map to just run through with Marth. Who else do we have currently? We see front-facing fiends. They are getting close. Pala is taking on most of the enemies. I think I see Marth not at the village anymore, so I think he's going to walk. And then for the final battle, which is not the final battle, we actually see a warp staff used to just warp Rhodey all the way towards the boss, and he's going to kill with the Haute-Claire all enemies that he can at one range.
They sent the
My
Haute-Claire, I
Spirit
think,
Dust.
just for the boss. But on this chapter, actually, so if you kill the boss, you don't trigger the reinforcements. And
they rescue him out.
Yes, and so
Very nice.
all the enemies there will now be stationary. And so yeah, so this is in contrast to Loudheart's strategy on this map, where he kind of walked everybody around, and they didn't. Loudheart had to deal with the reinforcements.
Yeah, it's just so much movement on enemy phase.
Yes.
So I'm very curious to see what the times are going to be for those two clears for Raising Canes versus Drafting in the Skies.
Yeah, so there is potential here for some time to be made back up on this chapter so far against Raising Canes.
Rhodey's still deliberating. Probably wants the Delphi
Didn't have
shield.
the Iode shield. Yeah,
Or Iode shield.
that Spirit
Yeah, I've
Dust,
been
that's
calling-
really going to help him.
Yeah, I've been calling it the Delphi shield or the Felix shield the entire time. It's
Yeah.
the Iode shield.
Same thing.
Context matters. People knew what I was talking about, even if I didn't know. We're all nerds here.
Yeah. Top left, front-facing fiends, they are doing a similar strat where their carry Pala baited Wolf to suicide so they can pick up the Draco shield.
Yeah, and they're just...
And they're going to launch in
hurrying
for the
along.
boss. With a hammer, a forged hammer, 95 hit, good hit rate.
Yeah, and taking a nice one-round KO.
And they're going to keep that hammer queued up for the other generals that are there.
Gleam team apparently in the bottom left needs to do a lot of forging because they
Yes.
are selling all their vulneraries.
I believe they have a 79,000 gold forging coming on one weapon.
That is quite a weapon. What are they forging? Let's see in just a moment. Oh, you've got the bullions. Come on, guys.
There we
There
go.
we go.
All right, so in the bottom right, Raising Canes, they're still in chapter 21 here. They've walked their carry and Marth up towards the village up here. Sal, what's in this village up here?
And that's actually where Michaelis is. They also just used the Gradivus, I believe, to heal. And Michaelis is there And I believe there's some stuff where if Minerva visits first or is close by or something like that, you actually manage to get Michaelis. Otherwise, he still dies. It's one of those retcons that this game has compared to FE3.
Yeah. It is possible to promote Michaelis in this, but I think the main reason they're going to that village is for something that Michaelis is going to give you.
Yeah, let's see what he's got. A very nice gift.
I think this is also going a little off script because they were checking a lot of things here. So
in the meantime, drafting in the skies, Martha's just walking through and getting an again staff cast on him, so he probably can seize right now. Doesn't need to worry about any of those ballista.
and they're gonna get
Kill Wolf to get the Draco shield.
Yep. Marth goes in for the seize. Very well done. Didn't have to fight everything there around, so that was probably quick. So Marth, I think, just obtained, on bottom right, Raising Canes, I think he just obtained the Starlight Tome.
Yeah, stolen by Michaelis from Garneth. So now we actually have something to kill him with.
And Loudheart's also going to make a play to, I think, have someone visit something over here. So a bottom left here really quickly. Fleam Team also very early on in the chapter sent their carry to go bonk the boss right away to prevent reinforcements. So we've got 3 teams here that did the reinforcement prevention. Front-facing Fiends Wolf Strike out of Chapter 19. Now into Chapter 20. They're going to go fight Harden. Let's take a look at these strats for fighting Harden.
Yeah, meanwhile, Raising Cane's stocking up on a couple of the final Spirit Dust that you need. Some Draco Shields. They have found the secret shop. And Talismans as well, because you do want someone to kill Garneth with that Starlight Tome. It's not just... There's so many races, and it all ends up being Spirit Dust being stacked on your magic carry.
Yeah, so they did send Marth all the way to the secret shop in the Starlight Village.
Yeah, it seems, are they going to walk him past? This would seem like, with all those mountains, this would seem like a beautiful place to use a rescue staff. But maybe they're out, or they have a couple of them occupied still for like the last couple of chapters. In the top right, we actually see Swordmaster Minerva coming through.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so top right, I'm going to direct your attention here. Instant Warp next to Harden.
Berserker Rhodey.
Okay, he's going in. Just needs one crit to finish him off with the 1 round.
There we go.
Boom. And what that does now, with the turn 1 warp in, is that with Harden dead, that actually, similar to the last chapter, prevents all the reinforcements. There we see the Binding Shield coming together. So they've got the Binding Shield. And now what they're going to do is they're going to rescue him out.
A yoink, and there he is, safe and sound.
So in contrast here, we are going to see no reinforcements, and the enemies are not aggro as they take their time to get to the boss now. So up in the top left here, we've got front-facing Fiends, and they're marching their units towards the boss right now. We've got a Sniper Pala, followed by Marth.
One of those heroes actually suiciding instead of just attacking the 2 range locked sniper, as you do. And there we go. Bottom right, 5 Spirit Dust, 13 Magic Luke. And now what does he look like when he reclasses? it's hard to even look where we're all going. Currently, Pala, as a sniper, she is outside of the wall. This is, of course, one of the places where being 2-range locked is very good because enemies cannot attack you at 1 range through those walls. And we have Seizing for the Flame team on the bottom left. Also entering Dark Emperor Harden. Let's see how they are going to tackle the map in just a moment.
And they're going to switch racers as well. Let me get the... So Meister's going to be bringing up the rear here for the Fleam team. All right, and so your top left here, we just saw a war play to put Pala, Sniper Pala, in the throne room. And they're just going to enemy phase everybody. Actually, no one moves.
Yeah, but they're actually going to use media as a meat shield in this case. Taking down one more general.
So a little bit of a different strat here, yeah. So they went to the left, and then they came back, and then they warped. So now Pala's going to one-round everybody here.
We're also missing Raising Canes at the bottom right. They are advancing onto the Dragon's Table. Already going through the first corridors.
Yeah, they've got a little bit of a player phase intensive strategy here of attacking on player phase dancing. It is a little bit tough to survive all the dragons.
Yeah.
So yeah, so
meanwhile,
just
Pala in the top left. Oh, they reset, no crit. So they probably have a safe point there.
yes. They're going for the crit here against Harden. There we go. They got it.
Instant one shot.
Nice. Okay. So they've completed it. Now they have the binding shield. They're catching up.
And they probably don't have to rescue out because most of the units are dead already.
And bottom right here, Team Raising Canes following through. Dragon corridors, setting up for a good enemy phase. Nothing too heavy.
Okay, Dark Emperor is almost finished for the front-facing Fiends. We basically have Drafting in the Skies at the same point. Both of them have killed Dark Emperor Harden already. Awesome boss music, by the way. Now it's just a matter of getting the Anu staff and then getting Marth onto that C-style.
Yeah, so
we see a couple of investments in Sniper Catria as well for the Fleeing team, so they are probably taking a similar approach compared to front-facing Fiends.
Yeah, so we saw two teams now do warp strats to kill the boss and not have to face reinforcements. So some ground to be gained against Raising Canes, but we'll see if they can hold their lead and clutch it out.
What are the standings after this chapter? Because all of them are basically going to... well, no, we still have the Fleeing team who has to start chapter 20. So, like, what are the splits like on chapter 19?
Alright, so the splits on chapter 19... Alright, so we've got Raising Canes had about a 13-minute lead after chapter 19 against front-facing Fiends. And then Drafting in the Skies was 4 minutes after that. And then fourth place we had the Fleam team at 32 minutes off of lead there.
Yeah, so still falling slightly further behind. It was around 30, but here they have even higher crit, 50 crit with the bow. Not able to one round, but Warped in Catra, double crit, 16 damage. That is enough to get the kill, and they are going to rescue her out, I presume, as well. Obtain the Dark Sphere, and with that, the last Binding Shield will have been found.
Need to change the front-facing fiends to mecha.
We also saw Drafting in the Skies just got out of chapter 20. They are now going into chapter 21. They will have to grab Starlight. Nice from the Fleeing team, taking down hard in that way. Also stopping all reinforcements and of course rescuing indeed out Katria. Luke, currently a Sage, 17 magic, 22 speed with the Starlight and a Forged Shaver. Let's see how he's going to do.
Yes, Sage Luke is here to save the day. Be gone, Garneth.
I mean, wouldn't it be nice to just have a unit that is basically Har and Athos and Pent all in one? And it's possible in FE12 because you just make him whatever you need him to be. I see one against staff, a silence, and another 3 use against staff for Raising Canes. I couldn't see in the convoy if there were any things left like the warp or the rescue staff. And we'll see how far they are going to get with their Sage Luke in this case.
Okay, so one thing we're going to notice with Sage Luke and Marth here is that Marth is actually going to be the carry on this map for the most part. Raising Canes is going to find clever positioning to limit the damage and incoming onslaught that Marth faces on each enemy phase. And so we're going to see a number of player phase inputs here, from healing to repositioning to dancing and stuff. Because yeah, these enemies are scary, and so you do want to have an effective strategy for making sure that you don't have all of them attack one unit. Because even against a really good carry, you know, a good carry can't survive all these units by themselves.
Yeah, these dragons hit hard, and the mage dragons hit on res. They are very scary combined. I'm very glad that you chose not to put these dragons into the Fey Chaos FE7 race, and instead chose the War Dragons and the Draco Zombies. These seem a little bit more terrifying.
Oh, they are. Yeah, they are, but yeah, each game to its own, you know, enemy type, and you want to make sure that it's the enemy type you load into a game is appropriate for the units that you expect to have. So, top right here, Drafting in the Skies, to visit the secret shop, they're actually sending
Draco Knight Rhodey.
Yes.
Instantly able to buy and send to convoy, and then clear out the top side of the map before Marth gets there.
Yes. So that's going to be a little bit faster than walking Marth there.
Yeah, of course, not needing to traverse the mountains, able to just fly over them after you are done shopping. That's going to save a little bit of time. And of course, once again, this will be a lot of Angelic Robe, Talisman, Goddess Icons maybe, and definitely those Spirit Dusts. We see Marth for the Fleeing team taking care of some of the last Swarm Bishops. 23 strength, 25 speed, he seems ready for endgame as well. And here we go, it's the final couple of steps, almost ready for chapter 21. Chapter 20 splits will then be available, but I presume that Raising Canes will still be severely in the lead. Marth going in for Raising Canes as well. He seems in a very precarious situation. However, that's what the rescue staff is for.
Mm-hmm.
That's just too much damage. There's basically no unit that can take that section. just 3 it KO'd. If you're, even with all the stats in the world, res is just so low in these games that it is very difficult, and hit rates are high. So you basically just want to take as little attacks as possible, because otherwise you won't be able to survive all of them.
Yeah. We did just see a 1 round there from Sage Luke using the Starlight against a sorcerer.
I mean, you have to get your Garneth killer somewhere, and this seems like a perfectly fine candidate. You wouldn't expect it from Luke, but he's apparently very bookish after you give him a couple of, like, what was it, 5 Spirit Dusts?
Yes, it was a lot.
The again broke, that's 1 of 4 uses that were left. Nice crit on the enemy dragon, and a nice dodge for Marth as well. Higher HP than you would probably suspect, so maybe there's even some slight optimization that they can do now that they don't need to heal Marth.
There is, and they've also been making use of the Silent Staff as well, Raising Canes. In order for things to be safe for Marth. With all these siege ranges.
Actually up to also dance for Luke. Let's see where he's going to go. Take out 1 more. And then there's just a dragon.
Okay, here
We're
come
going
the
to go into
reinforcements from
endgame.
behind.
Garneth is close.
Oof. Oh, that's a huge reset.
Oh,
Uh-oh.
that is a time loss. Let's see where their last save point was.
Okay, it was only just a little bit before. Okay. Oof, oof.
That could have been way more and could have been a breakthrough for the other teams, but in this case, I think they managed. They'll manage. This is like what, 1 or 2 minutes?
Yeah, about.
In the meantime, for the Fleeing team, we see Catra being loaded with the Brave Axe, the Gradivus, Brave Sword for Marth. They are going into these maps, guns blazing. Let's see if they are going to allocate some warps or rescues as well, because we do have that secret shop coming up. And we see Minerva taking a hit for drafting in the skies in the top right. Cyndaquil currently trying to get that map completed as quickly as possible, baiting a couple of enemies here and there, and seems like Marth is going to be able to make his trek across that valley relatively safely. Most of the enemies have been cleared out. The Fleeing team still more things to sell. How big are these forges going to get? They're almost at 100k. What do they need?
I think they're probably gonna buy some stat boosters and do the forge, right? So.
Well, with 105 gold, selling the spirit dust apparently. That seems counterintuitive. If you have 1 already, you don't need to buy 1 from the secret shop.
I think they might not be interested in having magical attack. I'll cryptically say that. Because I think I know what they're doing.
Oh, we'll see in just a moment. Meanwhile, Raising Canes, they are roughly at the same point where we saw the loss coming in last time. Let's see if Luke is able to actually get a crit with the Shaver Tome, maybe.
They still gotta kill that dragon, though, unless they rescue Luke.
Yeah.
Are they just going for a dodge? What's the...
Oh, 9 attack.
Oh, okay, I guess there was like, have more health when you execute that strat, I guess was the answer. It's not that the strat didn't work, it was just to have more health. Alright, so on the top right here, we see drafting in the skies, we see Marth going for the Starlight Village there as well.
The rare Fortify being used. And Emir is going to be warped all the way to the secret shop for the Fleeing team in the bottom left. He's probably going to be able to stay there. Doesn't need to do anything, just send stuff to Convoy and be done.
Yep.
Also, still Cleric Marisha.
Yeah, I think it's quite possible that Ymir does not survive. So, this is a task that you can just draft a flunky for, because I don't know if people know this about FE12, but if you die, if a character dies at the end of the map, their inventory that they were holding goes back into your convoy. So there's nothing lost here by having someone who has a silver card VIP card, but also is one of the last shops in the entire game.
We just saw in the bottom right the silence being used. It deactivated the entire room that Garneth was in, and Marth was able to run in. Now we're going to see Luke. Can he also get a kill? Yes, he can.
Well, he can't attack either.
Oh, he will be momentarily.
Yeah. Because when silence in this game, chat, silences all mages, including your own enemies and player mages. It's a little surprising it works on Garneth, but...
Yeah, you'd expect Imhulu to be able to take care of that, but apparently not.
Yeah. I mean, I think you do only get 3 silences, so...
No, they're using 2 of them right now. Marth will be able to take another kill. Good level for Sirius.
So they're having Marth fight everybody that's not Garneth. As these dragons are coming up from behind.
They're going to be in time.
Just crit with the Starlight, it's not easy.
Yeah, not the greatest position to be in.
Bottom left flame team had a reset, I wonder what that was.
Okay, first hit.
Gonna dance for him. Or are they gonna silence again?
Yep.
So then they're gonna try and 3-hit him here.
Yeah, I think they're going to try and 3-hit. I think Garneth had 42 HP, so it should be an exact lethal. And with a dance, oh, of course he does heal, so they will be banking on a crit probably. Dragon's getting closer.
Yeah, a lot of enemy phases here.
Eight.
I think they have an against staff as well.
Yeah, so they might have it here.
They might have to use that against
They
staff.
have 3 uses left, so with 1 dance and 1 against staff.
I don't think they were planning on using the against staff here, though. We'll see. We'll see if this ends up mattering. There's the crit.
Oh, of course you. Yeah, the shitter crit.
Okay, well they got the fall chin. And they
with
seize.
that Falchion into convoy and seize, they are closing in on rounding out the game.
Okay. Good luck to them in the final. I am gonna have to lock in here to get all these. All right, so they're taking. We're gonna focus on Raising Cain still. They're taking Luke into Paladin here.
Cain coming, of course. They can't leave Cain behind. And if you've ever seen LTCs of this game, or if you haven't, I highly recommend them because they are a joy to watch. The chains with the different staves that you can do if you have all the bishop, all the ladies to your disposal, like Maria, Lena, Alice, and who's the last one? Thank you. The things you can do by chaining different staves and trading them whilst you're trying to get Julian and Merrick, etc., to talk to them. Joy to watch. I highly recommend it. I think we also just saw Emir die on the Fleeing team, which is
yeah, maybe that's why they reset, because he didn't shop on turn 1 for them last time. Maybe he died before he could shop. Alright, so we're going to focus on bottom right here.
Fire Emblem removes all of the Earth Dragons.
Yep. Oh, uh-oh. Got something.
What did you forget?
Well, I think they need to... Do they need to forge something? They keep selling stuff.
Seems like it. In the meantime, we can see that Paladin Pala for front-facing fiends in the top left. Going up, Katria as a Draco Knight, doing the same.
+7
Currently,
Draco.
Marth,
Sorry, go ahead.
yeah, Marth is able to kill most of these units. These teams are, once again, basically doing the same part of the map, just that the timers are different.
Yeah.
And we're back in with Raising Canes.
What they were forging was a +7 Dragon Pike.
That will do it, KOing most of these enemies.
Yes. Okay, so they warp up. I think it's Iran here who's going to kill 2 of the priestesses. Sorry, ladies.
There's probably one of the against saves. Or rescue. Let's see what they do.
Yep, they're going to again Iran, so he kills the second one before he bites the dust.
Yeah, and you wouldn't expect it, but this is actually where your carry is going to die and Marth is going to do the heavy lifting.
Alright, there's Medius.
Goodbye, Iran. You served as well.
Served us well. I'm going to call your attention quickly to the top right, top left, front-facing fiends. They have warped up a flunky to access the secret shop as well. So another quick shopping venture. And then in the bottom left, we see Luke fighting some of the dragons.
Yeah, 2 bishops remaining. Lots of enemies coming through. They all aggro.
Yeah.
And this will be a point where they are probably going to have to do a slight, using an elixir, or rather the Gradivus.
Alright, I'm going to quickly call your attention to the top left again, because what they're doing here is... Check out Marth's positioning here. So Martha's headed straight for the seas. He is not going to the top right. So Martha's going straight for the seas there. As they actually again staff Marth.
And probably will again. In the bottom right, the Gradivus is used once again. Luke survived, Marth survived, everyone else is hanging back.
Yeah, so top left, they just seized. They're in the cutscene now. That was a very, very quick 21 clear. And bottom right, yeah, Martha's heading up towards the final boss here. So we're at this close journey here towards the end.
Yeah, and I think we will see the sub 3-hour run. Nina wasn't killed because she actually has a weapon, so she's able to kill, or rather attack and then get retaliated by Lena doing the same. Oh, Miss lives on 1. Not ideal.
Yeah, that is actually not ideal at all.
Because you really would like to kill both of those dragons at this point.
I think you just attack her and you just end turn basically, unless they want to go player phase it in here. Yeah, so they actually had a strat where the javelin was supposed to kill both, and then you gained the droppable from the second priestess, and then you convoy the javelin, and then you kill the other 2 dragons with the dragon pike. Unfortunately, it looks like they just missed the benchmark there. We'll see what ends up happening on this enemy phase here. I'm sure Luke will survive.
I think Luke is going to be able to fine. Yeah, he's going to be fine. We also see in the top right, Nagi has joined the game, has joined the Dragon's Altar. They are heading up same as front-facing fiends. Now we have Marth closing in for Raising Canes, very close to the end of the game. 13 damage with the Gradivus. Did not get the crit. And also did not get the 85 dodge, so this is probably going to be the end of Luke. Unless we have one more against staff. And then don't miss the 96.
Save it.
Yeah, save it. Very good. I would have saved beforehand.
I think they're trying to rig a crit here, maybe.
I mean, they don't.
There we
need to,
go.
but they do get the crit.
Oh, they didn't
Style
need it, yeah.
points as well.
Okay, so that's time of 2:53:42 for Raising Canes.
We see a Brave Lance being forged to +9 with
Yes.
21 crit, a 100. No,
This
102,000 gold.
Yeah, that they only
Forge.
needed it to be 79,000, but they just went harder, and they're gonna take their time to name it their meme name. All right, so focusing on the other teams, we've got all three teams actually in the same map, the Dragon's Altar. So there's a
This
lot
map
of
just
similar
blends
strategies
together a
here.
bit, but I don't see where all of them are. I mean, one of the drafting in the sky is a little bit more spread out. They have Marth and their carry unit, and then who's in front? That's Nagi.
Yep.
And basically can one-shot most characters, and then more of a death ball approach is front-facing Fiends. Currently moving forward, almost at the final section with the doors.
Yeah, so front-facing Fiends, definitely using a more enemy phase heavy, just Marth and the carry strategy. So they're gonna go in for the heist here. So they have a shot actually to sneak in the win here, front-facing Fiends, because they're dominating these maps speed-wise.
I mean, they don't have much left to go. That is a big, scary room.
So, just for context, after Chapter 19, Raising Canes was first place with 206, and Front-Facing Fiends was behind them by 9 minutes. That got cut down to 6 minutes after Chapter 20, and it was less than 1 minute after Chapter 21. So they are hot on the heels here.
They are blazing. They're using the save point, trying to rig a crit probably with the Gradivus. Oh,
No, just don't miss. Is they have an 83 hit rate, so they're just trying to make sure they don't.
Yeah.
Okay.
And seize, and they are out. And of course, they did something different. They didn't grab the Starlight Village, so let's see what they're going to do.
And with that, they actually at Chapter 22 have taken a slight lead based off the Chapter 22 of Raising Canes.
Seems like Pala continues her domination at this moment. Always considered the best unit in FE12.
Right, so they're also forging a Dragon Pike, but only plus hit.
Dark Pontifex lives.
Okay.
Let's see what their approach is.
So I'm going to explain this a bit here. Hopefully they pull this off well, but I'm gonna give Mecha some flowers here because he did something really beautiful with this map. We'll see if the AI cooperates, but he did a really good job of understanding the targeting AI, of splitting up enemies so that ones who prioritize Marth, which is actually all of them, he pulls enough off of the carry by putting Marth in range of a few. And he's got this very, very fast enemy phase intensive strategy, actually.
We'll see it in just a moment in action. Warp just used for Fina by drafting in the skies in the top right. They are getting their setup ready to also do a quick seize, it seems.
So yeah, top left here, Pala cannot actually take 5 dragons herself, but she's able to player phase 1, take other 2, and then the other 2 are in range of Marth, and they want to attack Marth over Pala. Just really, really good targeting manipulation there.
Yeah, as we saw with Raising Canes, they really had to move backwards and forwards a little bit.
And we're seeing similar backwards and forwards strats from the Fleam team and drafting in the skies in the previous map, and we might see that as well in the next map. We'll see. Needs a staff.
Okay, probably going to see another warp on Fina. No, dancing, and then probably an again staff on Marth, which allows him to seize.
Well, I think I have the racer wrong on... It's Glukes right now drafting in the skies. I missed that.
And they're out. Drafting in the skies goes to the penultimate chapter.
Nice, good job by them. Alright, so top left, front-facing Fiends. They have check out these ranges right here. So they pull off the silence here. So they go in there, they silence these guys. There's 3 dragons in there. Watch this targeting. Okay, 1 dragon goes for Pala. Another dragon goes for Marth, who's in range. Another dragon goes for Marth. And then the other 2 can't reach Marth. Perfectly splitting the targeting priority of that enemy grouping. Incredible. Incredible.
If you want to know how to play FE12, that is one of the masterclasses in AI priority. Basically, the resurrection of FE1 Marth, who has insta-provoke on all enemies, and in this case the dragons trying to attack Marth. Very well played.
So he's taking down the heretics. I'm going to draw your attention to the top right here, drafting the skies in the same chapter now. They're using a lot of units to make safe paths on player phase. Still a good strategy. Still a good strategy, making use of their dancer. I love the I think is this a bishop or a sage Minerva? I can't tell,
Sage
but that's
Minerva,
amazing.
It's Sage Minerva tech.
Okay, I love that.
And Nagi, of course, being an instant delete button basically for every single dragon.
All right, top left
You
here.
also see the...
I got it. Top left here. They've launched Marth into the throne room. The carry is in front of Garnif. Check out this
they
kill.
survive.
There is no kill! They just seize! Boom! What a
Final
strat!
chapter.
What a
Light and
strat!
Shadow.
So that's why I said you didn't necessarily need the Starlight.
Yeah, it's so cool that they actually have that as an option.
Yeah.
Magic on Minerva for drafting in the skies, actually kind of useful in this case. Got to 17 magic. Let's see how they close this out.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the Fleam team also has started their map, mainly also going in, as you can see, not the same targeting priority, but using their strongest units to carve a path. Probably going to see a dance here, and then there will be 2 dragons left. Nice physic use.
Yes. I think we're going to see a similar Garnif strat from them as well. Because they don't have a Starlight user.
Like, what happens to Garnif? You just go past him and you're like, see ya.
Yeah. It's
Like,
that
what does
simple.
he do afterwards? Like, oh, apparently I went off my throne tile. Guess I'll die.
Yep. Ludo narrative dissonance.
Oh, that's quite a bit of damage. Is Marth in range of 1 more? Good spacing. As long as there's no other siege tomes, they should be fine for the Fleam team. Nice, good HP management on Marth.
Okay, so even though they only have one chapter left, front-facing fiends, it's still not over. It is unlikely that they would take that much time in the final chapter. However, they did adjust their strategy this morning for the finale, which is not always advised. So we'll see if they, one, experience any weirdness with it, but two, also, it is subject to RNG, and they know that, and so there is a variable time cost to completing their chapter. So if they happen to get on an RN string that is not favorable, they could end up not winning this. So stay tuned, because it's definitely an interesting strategy in terms of the reliability part of it.
We will see.
Okay, so bottom left here, looks like the Fleam team is about to launch in to fight Garneth, as is the top right Drafting in the Skies. We can watch both simultaneously in terms of how they approach Garneth.
Pass. Level 19 Cleric Marisha. You also don't see that all that often.
Or my bad, they have a whole nother Dragon Room on the Flame team, so let's focus on the top right, Drafting in the Skies.
Two Against Staffs, 2 Warps, some Fortifies left.
Yo, thanks for the raid, Sidewinder. Welcome in, everybody. Hopefully you're having a great day. Hopefully enjoy your stay. Let me hit the shout out for @Sidewinder. Yeah, we're playing.
Oh, we get the crit on Drafting in the Skies on Garneth. He is
Nice.
down. Minerva has done her job.
Sage Minerva with the Starlight. Love it. Yeah, welcome into the ending,
25
everybody.
speed.
We're here at the end of the FE12 True End Draft Race, the second leg of the draft relay. So we have one team in the barn, and they're waiting for the other teams to finish. We'll see how the placements actually shake out. They're guaranteed at least second place, the team that's finished right now.
And we have Minerva, who just died, sacrificed herself. However, there's only one heretic remaining, and that allows Marth to just instantly walk up and grab the seize point. We're going into the final chapter.
Okay, I actually love the final chapter strat of Drafting in the Skies, and you're going to see why in a second here. You see that? Reclass, Rhodey reclass? You see what he's in right now?
He's a general.
Yeah.
30 defense, 26 strength, the 21 speed. Can he make it work? Also, Marth just green numbers across the board. 27s all the way down and 112 for the resistance. As they're doing preps and Drafting in the Skies, we can look at the Fleam team, who currently has a Physic on Katria. She is going to be baiting most of the enemies here. Let's see how she does. How she does.
How she does.
How she does.
Okay. Top right, Drafting in the Skies, warping their General Rhodey onto the throne. And you know he's got the weapon to throw hands here.
Pure Water Marth.
And check this shiz out.
Katria just died, so that's not good for the Fleam team.
They have a save point. There you go. Alright, so top right. Marth's taking a few dragons. And here we go. Here's the Rhodey Fest. Bitch, please.
That is Dragon Pike action.
What? That did like 2 damage. Come at me, bro.
And this is when you're so happy that those wyverns have like 12 move or something like that.
Yeah. Okay, I love that. I love that general on the throne with the pike. Oh, so good.
No, what are we doing? Grab a heal staff. There we go, there's the recover. Okay, we're going to see in the bottom left. Are they going to do it? The silence just broke. So they won't have the silence for the next part, which is the final section with Garneth.
Yep.
And last time that was where Katria actually ended up dying. So we can take a look, see how she's doing this time.
Pure water, okay. Physic, okay. What are we gonna do now? And then they're gonna send her in there, right? Yeah. So okay, yeah. They're gonna choke the point again. So that makes sense. Okay.
And this time, Garneth moves off the throne.
Okay. Very similar strat. Love it. Very similar strat.
Does need to dance. There we go.
Nice. Well done. Well done.
Meanwhile, a couple of Gradivis uses, 3 uses remaining. So in this case, that will be a couple of uses on the bishops. They will suicide onto Rhodey. And then from there on out, it's going to be just Medius. Respectable damage, by the way, from Nina. One use left.
All right, in top right, we're actually in again. Okay, I gotta recrop again.
33 damage. Do we get the crit from Marth? Not
No
yet.
crit from Marth.
Dance. Okay. Do we get the crit now? No, we don't. Are we going to warp in Nagi? Who's going to take the final 10 HP? It's just Marth with the against staff. And there's the shitter crit. Of course,
Nice.
we get another one.
All right, GG's.
302.
Drafting in the skies. Nice, yeah. Great time. These are great times, by the way, guys. I said 3 hours plus or minus 20 minutes, I think. Were really good times, so.
And once again, we have the left-hand side of the screen, both starting the same map and roughly the same time,
Yeah.
at least on screen.